G'day champions. How are we? Lighting's not ideal today, but oh well. Let's see if we can fix that up a bit. I've been running around like a blue ass fly all morning, bear with me. 4100 auto white balance? Yeah, whatever. We'll just go auto. Make my beard look blue. How we going? Are we hearing things? Like not in your head, but on the mic. So I'm out of the focus area. See how it goes all distorted? See I look like a cone head? Look like a cone head if I go in the corner. Apparently lens distortion compensation is not available while you're USB streaming. So there we go. The manifesto view. Yeah, no guns on the wall though. Unfortunately, it's Australia, so let's see how the overhead cam's going. Sorry, I've been running around like a madman all morning, cleaning up loose ends and compiling information for these boards because I do eventually want to start selling them as naked boards, like unpopulated boards for people to populate themselves. There is some drawbacks to that, obviously, but I'm trying to do my best ass coverage possible. How are we going on the audio there? Does it sound alright? So instead of trying to zoom in and show you this, technology update. I'm currently using my Panasonic GH5, one of my favorite cameras in the world, for the overhead. It's got the 9mm lens on it that I pulled out of the river when the G85 got drowned in the river on the last camping trip. The 9mm, I sat it by the campfire and dried it out, and it's working. When you hold it up to the sky, you can see some little specks in there, and it'll probably end up moldy one day, but with fungus and whatever. But in the meantime, hey, it works. And I've got my pristine camera over here, the A6700, and that's got my 11mm on it, because I'll be moving around a fair bit. You might notice the weird camera angle. It's because we'll be spreading the boards out wide and far, and I'll be populating them one by one as we move along. Well, component by component, I should say. And as we move along, when the forest of leads gets a bit too much to work around, we'll solder a batch, we'll snip off the leads, and then we'll get back to populating them. So there's many ways to do this. There's probably some that are quicker than others. It depends on you know, the way your mind works and what doesn't work, as it were, in my case. I might just pull this thing back a bit. There we go. My proper little desktop tripod I use for everything is gone missing, so I've got a feeling it's at the shop. So I've left Michelle at the store so I can come back here and get some production done. Phone's on Do Not Disturb, or it should be. Maybe it's not yet. I'll tell you what, I won't put it on Do Not Disturb because Michelle might need to get in touch with me if anyone comes asking questions. So yeah, let's figure out what the hell we're doing, eh? Camera's good, sort of. Haven't set up. I've spent ages messing around with the camera gear, but I haven't set up the production gear yet. So I was in the market for a Hakko FX100, but didn't feel like dropping $1,200 on one just yet. See, in this game, you can keep investing and investing and investing, but you've got to have little pauses there where you actually catch up and make a bit of money and put some savings away, because we know in this day and age, champions, you've got to have a little bit of a buffer there. Not that money will mean much soon. But anyway, let's not go down that road. If we keep investing and never make any money, well, you lose a bit of confidence of those around you if you keep doing that. So we'll be going with lead-free solder. The one in question is, best hold it up to that one, I think. Multicore C11 flux 0.7mm lead-free. Now a roll of this stuff's about 120 Australian dollars, so it ain't cheap, but that roll could probably do 100 boards. so it does go a pretty long way. I'll put all my tools up on my little shelfy shelf up here. Lay them out so I know what I'm looking at. Solder can go up there for now. Got my lead folding tools. They're available from CE Distribution. They're for forming the leads at the correct length. If there's recurring lengths here, you can see I marked them with Texta. So that'll be the 7-watt resistor. That'll be the 5-watters for the screen grids. And then you just hover it over the board and choose the best spacing. Assembly line of 1, yeah, true words. Silly boy that I am. So I told everyone these boards would dispatch sometime in Feb, and before we know it, it's the 28th. Hey. Why lead free? Because I can't sell anything with leaded solder. It's for the European Union. It's poor bastards. Are allergic to, you know, lead, anything fun. We're one step up from Californians, where everything gives you cancer. Or it's at least known by that state to give you cancer. So, g'day everyone. Hey Dad, what are you doing? You should be making your batch of boards. I gave that 10 boards to manufacture as well. Alright, what are we talking about? We've got Wes here, we've got Mark here, we've got Glenn here. Testing 1, 2, that's a new name. New member. Oh, you won a membership last time, didn't you? Lou, otherwise known as Chris. You got Wes, you got Ty. Glenn, I already said Glenn, didn't I? Eric, good to see you, mate. Alex, Serious Amplification, Wizard X. New consolidated bill of materials is great, yeah. So when you're building these things, champs, it's like the good old days, eh? When I started off in the channel. You can't see the oldest videos because they're on Facebook. And then I moved to YouTube, I don't know, 2018 or something. Started doing YouTube stuff. I deleted some of the old stuff because it was just, I don't know, wasn't representative of me on my channel. I didn't know how to speak to the camera back then. Just sort of sat there in silence. Now I just talk like a dickhead. So yeah, this was sort of the camera angle. This used to be my only electronics bench in my garage here, and it's like a bit nostalgic when you get back on the old home bench. So anyway, let me just get a document up. Open new. Three channel. Rev A. Open U. Desk share. All right, so over here we've got a handy little spreadsheet. So if I'm making 10 of them, it extrapolates the component quantity. So you can see there I've got 4 of that value capacitor. There's a manufacturer part number. That gives you all the information you need. If you can't get that one, you've got all the specs. Just look it up and find an equivalent. This bill of materials will have to change over time because things go in and out of production and in and out of stock. So use your brain and find a equivalent part with the same lead spacing, same value, same voltage rating, same power rating if it's a resistor, and then you may even be able to find better lifetime specs and whatever, or cheaper price or whatever. But yeah, point being is this is the one I'm rolling with at the moment. This will change over time but I'm not going to update it daily. I'm going to just update it maybe per revision or per board order. If I go to order this list of parts again and one of the parts is obsolete, I'll go in and change it. And I've got a master copy stored in the cloud so I can access it from any of my computers. However, I won't be making that public because people could modify it and change it. And you can have it right protected, but I want it to be in my control and make sure that everyone, as they order the boards, I'll email them the current bill of materials so there's no possible different versions floating around out there. If they come from me, they'll be legit. If they come from somewhere else, all bets are off. Because as soon as you start selling stuff, champions, people want you to hold their hand. And I'm not big for hand holding. Figure it out your fucking self. I had to figure it out myself. So you can figure it out yourself. But people don't like hearing that. They want to be handheld through every little step of the way. And that's why I'm making these boards and they're not. So initially I had a bill of materials spat out from KiCad. That's where I got the original bill of materials. Problem with that is it doesn't consolidate. So say you've got this component in the position of C6, C7, C8, C15, 20, blah, 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 blah. It gives you a separate line for each component, and it repeats the manufacturer's part number for each line. I want it to go the other way, so you've got a single line for each part type, each part, well, SKU, I guess, manufacturer number, and then it shows you where on the board they go. So this is easy. It's got all the capacitors in order of the first one in the list. So you can see R1, R2, R22, R23, and then goes R3, R6, R9, blah, blah, blah. So you can grab just whatever bag you grab. Okay, I pulled out ceramic disc capacitors, blah, blah, blah. I pulled out this part number out of the box. So that goes in C40, 41. There are certain ways you've got to assemble these, like the smallest components first. I actually put all the headers in first, solder all of them in, because they're fiddly and they don't stay in the holes properly. I should make their holes slightly smaller diameter so they stick in there. Let me just change this temperature for lead free. I was previously using leaded solder for the Hakko. We'll go 355. I want it to be pretty speedy, but also not burn my tip. Sitting around 310, 15, something like that on leaded solder. I might just turn that off a bit for a second. Oh, wrong one. Just so I don't burn the tip. Where was I? Yeah, so putting the headers in the boards first makes sense because you can grab another board and sandwich in between it, turn it over, and then solder all of them. They don't fall out. So that's what I'll do. So, headers. That's the 3-pin, 7-pin. There's only one of them on each board. There's 50 in there because I ordered enough boards for 50. There's 550 of them. B4B. And that's they are our quick connect terminals. We'll do them first. I'll get rid of the passives. We won't need the sockets until last. They go on as well as the big caps. Basically, you're building the city, champions, and you need to start with the little huts and the shanties first before you build up to the high-rise buildings, I guess. Got it. How you going, champion? Oh, that reminds me, I got your baffles in. So this is how I do baffles. Fender style amps. It's 15mm birch ply. CNC cut. Gave my brother the pattern. It's got all the holes pre-drilled for the threaded inserts. I'm going to give them a coat of black paint today before I forget. Go round off the corners so the grill cloth plays nice around the edge. And I've got a little patch there for the badge. And you can see it's pocketed out. So that way the grill cloth's suspended in midair and the badge will be holding it down in this section, and it won't flap and fart against the face. You see a lot of people making these just out of plain plywood, and then you play a bassy note with more of a mellow tone, and all you hear is the grill cloth. Sounds almost like crossover distortion. Sounds horrible. So I made a spare one of them just for funsies. Could turn it into a 12-inch if you wanted, but in my opinion, I've been over this with a few blokes, including you, Scotty. I think a 12-inch driver in a Princeton size cabinet's a waste of time. The cabinet's not big enough to propagate those frequencies, so it's just a bit of a waste of cone area, and it also gets too weak in this spot and that spot. I know the basket sort of holds the baffle together, but you kind of don't want that. You want it to be strong. 15mm birch ply is already plenty stronger than the chipboard pieces of shit that Fender used at some point, and having that 15mm around the edge strengthens it up a bit too. But yeah, having having any bigger than a 10-inch driver in a Princeton size cab is a bit of a wank, unless you've got a spare driver floating around that you don't need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of you. Brought my little trolley. Brought my little trolley from work. This thing down here, just up from IKEA. It's got casters on the bottom. Here's my workshop. Anyway, not a very good good view with the old 11mm lens, but anyway. 10-inch for you. Yep. I'll get it. I've got the timber here too. I'm just using it's just hoop pine from friggin' Bunnings, actually. It's pre-machined, wide slabs, dimensionally stable, and pretty cheap. I'll just pick out the nicest pieces. There's usually plenty of stock there, so you can get rid of the twisted, bowed, cupped ones and get some that are nice. I'm going to get that knocked up over the weekend and sent down to you some stage next week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of you. So 10 of the 2 channel, 10 of the 3 channel. Just try and keep organised as I go. It's very easy to let shit enclose on you as you're working. Your workspace becomes smaller and smaller because of the collection of crap around you. Pretty bloody warm today, champions. About 36 up here. Now, when you're working, I like to try and get comfy. Find a good spot. If you want a footrest, find a footrest. It's nothing worse than starting to work when something's bugging you. Alright, feeling comfy. As long as my chair doesn't keep dropping on me, which it is likely to do. How many of those boards do you have there? I've got 25 of each and another 10 of each down at the shop that are getting shipped out unpopulated once I finish the documentation, which I'm not far from doing. I want to do a video as well though. Just a generic assembly video, like how it's supposed to be done and ways to help you out. That kind of bullshit. G'day Brendan. Fork Chop Express. G'day Brad, you cockhead. Hope you're well, mate. I am. Got some ABC jazz on in the background. Bit of a change of pace. Just one sec, legends. Just doing a bit of housekeeping. Just banning some people from my channel that are talking shit. I'll get rid of that short that I just put up now because it served its purpose. Delete forever. One thing I'll do, just make sure chat and everything's working. G'day Andy, how you going? Alright, everything's good. Alrighty then. So, the 2-pin ones don't seem to stay in because they haven't got any kink leads. The 3 and above do. What I'll do is I've got 10 boards here, but I'll grab out one more because I want to use it as a backing board. Doesn't matter what type it is. Kind of need my other lens for this, eh? I'll just be back in 1 sec. Hang on. Alrighty then. Just ditch the 9mm for a sec. Put on my favourite lens in the whole wide world. This one here. Beautiful lens. It's my favourite lens. Most useful. Great quality. You can pick one up for about $500-600. It's the Olympus M Zuiko digital 12-40, 2.8. So it's the Pro series one. It's just it's a what is this? A beauty and a Bonnie and a joy forever. Is that it? Here's my drowned one. Oh, we're remembering the shortcoming of am I in manual mode? Don't know. Manual focus? No. Anyway, there's the one that got drowned. So yeah. There you go, freeze frame. That was pretty cool. Put that up there for now. Just like being at the real workshop champions. Just lighting not as good. Alright, so that's our backing board. What I'll do, just systematically go through these. Oop, that's a 3-pin. What are you singing? I can't remember what I said. My goldfish memory's kicking in again. I've got absolutely terrible memory, champions. 6 didn't believe how bad my memory is until we went to Japan, and like I forgot where we were going and what street we were walking down. When I'm excited and sort of excited and overwhelmed by stuff, I forget things even quicker. It's like my brain's constantly in fight or flight when I'm on holidays. Oh, freeze frame. Yeah, gotcha. That's one of those wedding songs that's really annoying. Now you've got to get these. This is another thing I'm afraid of, getting people to assemble these things. The footprint shows you which way to put these connectors, but the footprint could be considered a little bit not super obvious. So I wonder how many emails I'm going to get saying, "Oh, you bought shit, you're a fuckwit, give me my money back." And then send me a photo, settle down, send me a photo. And then I go, your connector's on backwards, dickhead. And then block their email forever. So I tried to make everything go the same direction, just so there is less ambiguity. But for some things, you sort of can't avoid turning them one way or another if the density's up there. Don't worry, that will get worse. Yay! Yay. Alright, so this is the first board, so I'm not in the swing of it yet, but what I like to do is sandwich them, and then try and lift them and flip them without losing any. But that might be easier said than done. Nope, we lost some. Oh well. What do we got? 3 out of 10 ain't bad. Hey Brad, I opened my J-Rad Archer pedal, however the Allen key size required is odd. Definitely not something I can get at Bunnings. Any ideas where I can buy odd sized Allen keys? Probably is something you can get at Bunnings if it is an Allen key. So you probably got like a 1.5 or something like that, a weird size. But you can get those sets, and I believe you can get them from Bunnings. If not, you can get, I know you can get sets from Where's Components, because that's where I got them. So the retail outlet being Wagner Electronics. And also get them for guitars, for saddle adjustment and stuff from Real Tone if you're in Australia. You said Bunnings, so yeah, you're in Australia. So I'm using the Hakko FX-888D. It's the other D. 888D. It's in the description below if you want to find one. Does the job. Very cheap. Very good value for money iron. Alright, we'll flip that over and grab the ones. Yeah, they all fell out up this end. So, you know, good intentions were there, but in practice, I need more practice. Wondering how long it'll be till my next door neighbor comes over and tries to berate me for something I haven't done. I think she's losing her mind. Ah, you fucker. Happened again. When I drop it, they come out. Yeah, hey, sometimes you just got people in your life that just, I don't know if they mean to do it or not, but they just speak at you with an accusatory tone. Like, even if they're not accusing you of anything, it's just, it's strange. Oh, it's okay. She's going away. Yeah, you know, sometimes you'll have someone, always seems to be the older generation, where they'll say, oh, you look like you're having a good day. Oh, you know, oh, good for you. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to take that other than you're gently telling me to get fucked? Don't know, man. People are weird. World would be a fantastic place if it wasn't for people. Just joking. I love people. I could eat 3 of them. So I watched a movie the other day called The Lighthouse. With Willem Dafoe in it. It was unsettling, to say the least. I would recommend it though. It is pretty cool. Just, it's one of those movies that like leaves you feeling really weird for a while. Don't watch it during the day. Watch it at night so you can go to sleep, have some weird dreams, and then you're done. Move on with your life. If you watch it during the day and you've still got shit to do later, you're going to be in a weird mood for the rest of the night. Try and watch it when you got nothing else going on. Now, if I make these holes smaller, I might get to the point where these just hold themselves in, because they do have a little enlargement of the lead. But it's a real fine line. If you go too far, then they won't fit. So you kind of want to do that to a small order. You don't want to order 500 boards and, yay, nothing fits. Brad, one more question. I was connecting my earth cable to my tremolo claw, but it took a long time to heat the solder on the claw. I had my iron sitting above 350. Is that normal? Yeah, it's for multiple reasons. So the first one being, just because you set your iron hot doesn't mean that your iron has the thermal capacity to be able to put that kind of heat into that kind of area. You need thermal capacity, not just heat. Sure, cranking the heat up will help a bit, but what you need is a like 60 plus watt iron. Like 45 to 60 watt iron would be ideal. You also might be running into problems because of the plating or because of contamination. So sometimes those kinds of parts might have like a lubricant coating on them from the factory. Okay, so lay it down like that, and I can keep pressure on all the way. And that way none of them fall out, champions. Or it could be a plating that is like solder phobic. So try a bit of, first get a bit of acetone on a rag and just clean the area. Then get some Scotch Brite or like 400 grit sandpaper, something like that. And just scuff up a bit, and you'll probably find that if you ironed, well, first off, I hope you're using flux core solder. Surely that's a given. See, that's what worries me about selling these boards. You assume everyone's got a certain level of not so much proficiency, but knowledge, and there's no guarantee that they do. So flux core solder, but that's kind of why I want to make a video. So like, if you don't have these things, or if you're not aware of them, you need to be aware of them before you try and make these boards. As far as I go so far as to scratch the joint area with the sharp edge of a screwdriver. That could work too, but sandpaper or Scotch-Brite will give you a sort of more consistent instead of just the tip of the soldering iron, which would sort of only hit the highest, or only hits a small surface area. Bit of Scotch-Brite. Bit more consistent. You know what I'm saying, Chewin? This is fun. This is what I really needed, I think, champs. The last few weeks have been go, 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 go. You know? I need just chill out time with the soldering iron in the garage. Kind of takes me back to what it was like before I moved into the shop. Sort of, yeah, you had to turn over, but if you had a bad day, it wasn't the end of the world. You weren't actively losing a lot of money. Whereas these days, like, you need to make about $1,000 a day to get anywhere. Turn over about $1,000 a day to get anywhere. And there's a lot of pressure there. Back when I was in the garage, you could spend a day figuring out a problem that you'd never seen before. And at the end, it was like really satisfying. Yeah, I kicked the problem's ass, blah, blah. And you weren't thinking in the back of your head the whole time, I'm not going to be able to pay rent this week. Alrighty, that one's done. Alright, we'll get faster as we get into the swing of things, legends. Solder fumes, a cold beer, it's a party. That's right. I did get some light beers for later on. I don't want to be drinking the full strengthers with doing assembly work, because I'll find all problems later that I've missed. Fix your Marshall. Yeah. FYM. That's what it stands for. Totally. Could have something to do with the fact that Marshall is an absolute shadow of their former selves, and they offer no support, and they stopped producing boards that should have been a recall in the first place, but that would actually require someone to sue them, and trying to organise musicians into a class action is like trying to herd cats or nail jelly to a tree. So they got away with it and got to charge people for the replacement boards, even though it should have been a recall. At very least, they should have given the boards away for free to fix their fuck up. But it happened as their argument was, oh, it happened out of warranty. But in Australia, that kind of still doesn't matter. If it's a known systemic issue, then they are still liable. We've got pretty solid consumer laws here in Australia, but because it's a British company, I guess they got away scot-free for that reason. If they're an Australian company, they would have got their ass handed to them. We've got laws in Australia called lemon laws. So if you've got a product that's failed 3 times in a row, even if you've got warranty returns and the warranty ones have failed, I think it's 2 or 3 times. It's either that or third time. Yeah, you get a free one. Oh, you get your money back, sorry. So there was like lemon, we call dodgy cars lemons here. And say your car has a bad transmission, and then they fix it and the second one has a bad transmission, and then it happens a third time. Well, it's like, well, clearly there's a systemic problem with the car and it was a design issue. So now you have your rights to get your money back, complete refund, so you can go get a better product, one that doesn't have that issue. Heard your voice in the front of the shop and was wondering why the algorithm for once actually worked and auto jumped to your stream when the last video ended. Was that on OnlyFans or? That was a cockatoo flying past. I don't know if the noise suppression kicked that in or not. Champion, you're going to Japan soon. Six is going to Japan again, so follow his channel, champions. Dr. Gear, he just commented, press his buttons. He loves it. And press go to channel. And then go follow him, because when he gets over there, he's going to start live streaming every bloody morning because he's a madman. And it's going to be just like last year. Where I was, but the last year I was excited too because I was going over in April, whereas this year I'm not. So that will be a bit depressing. But I'll get to relive a bit of it vicariously through Six's live streams. Providing the bloody internet works this time. It was a bit sketch last time. In some areas. And he's going to be in the sticks a bit. But Japan's technology mobile network is a little bit better than Australia's. Let's just put it that way. Little bit more advanced. So guess what's coming up next weekend, champions? We've got our bloody... Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I've got a hiccup. We've got our bloody... That was an anticlimax, wasn't it? Our 10,000 subscribers party. It looks like, due to lack of content output, the subscribers have slowed down a little bit. So we might... That's kind of a good thing, because we might end up ticking over on that day, or even during that live stream, which would be pretty fucking awesome, because there'll probably be some people that are watching that aren't subscribed, so they could help us push it over the edge. Once I catch up on repairs, I'll start being able to do bloody videos again, eh? Oop. Just knocked the board. Did I knock that one out? No, it's still in. Wes, you just subscribed. Wes, you've been here forever and you weren't even a fucking subscriber. Are you serious? You're the bloody admin. You're one of the moderators. You weren't subscribed? Fuck, I might kick you off the channel, Wes. It's pretty inexcusable, that one. You have been here since it was just me in the garage, haven't you? See you, Paul. Yeah, it is relaxing. You go over there. You come over here. Oh, it's a Dr. Gear. I think you're talking about me, Wes. Sorry. Going off half-cocked again. Half-cock-headed. So these are probably the fiddliest part. That's why I'm taking forever. G'day, Admiral. How you going, legend? Fellow garages. Yeah, I'm just roughing it today. I love hanging out in the garage. When I left the place for the shop, even though it's like we didn't move away, I've still got the garage, but it was a little bit emotional, to be honest. It was like a little garage that sprung up from nothing and got me where I was. Now I felt like I was abandoning the garage. I know the garage doesn't have feelings, but I think Aussie blokes will know what I'm talking about. All Australian boys need a shed. That's the Australian singer-songwriter John Williamson. I ain't going on coming. Yeah, that's what I thought. You ever go off fully cocked? 100% dissipation. What's 100% dissipation? Me? Keep thinking I missed one. I have, that's why. 7th position. two types of jazz I'm not a fan of, right? Jazz with chromatic harmonica, because it reminds me of shopping center music from the 80s. And jazz with organs, but only on a certain setting. So there's a certain drawbar combination on a B3 or whatever that's just really cringy and corny sounding. And for some reason, all the jazz players love that sound. I don't know why. So when one of those songs comes on the ABC Jazz, I often need to change the channel because it's just pretty gross. But Re-Jazz, there's a couple of new players, well, not new, been around for a while, that I've been paying attention to, and I'll probably go and see if I get the chance. One of them, obviously, you know, a lot guitar based. One of them is known as Adam Miller. And I think we have some mutual friends, so it would be cool to go to a gig with someone he knows and say g'day. Because it would be the kind of dude that I would like to do some demo videos for my products in the future. Adam Miller. I'll see if I can find his thing. Adam Miller Bandcamp. I purchased his whole back catalogue. There he is. So I like him, me. What? Okay, so the chat's still broken on OBS. I've lost the ability to type a comment. The section that you write in is now gone. So OBS is broken. How do I put that over the side? Okay, I've just fucked up my whole OBS thing. Okay, OBS is being a piece of shit. I've got the heart thing. I can do the heart. Oh, now it's telling me I've got to sign in. Okay. Why do I have to sign in all of a sudden? Fucking hell. Ah, fuck that. You can't put it on the side anymore? Oh yeah, there it goes. Why do I don't know my account fucking name and shit at the moment. Why is it asking me that? It's just gonna be wrong. I can't remember my fucking Google Mail. Let me just close OBS and start it up again. One sec. Alright, are we back? Chat's back. So for some reason OBS has signed me out of Google, so that's why I can't type there. I can still read all your comments though, so that's what my mouth is for, talking. Stevie Wonder plays great chromatic harmonica. I still don't like it though. Undock and redock in the chat window should kick it back into working. It didn't. I had to close and reopen. Anyway. You got an RD500, Admiral. Oh, you're the synth man. That's right. Reboot for the win. Anyway, I'll just open the live control room because there I can... So the reason I like the idea of the FX100, you kind of got to crank up the tip temperature a bit, which helps, but then when you're soldering iron sitting there doing nothing, it burns the tip, and you go through tips like they're going out of fashion. You go through tips like there are clothes on Shine, like they're Amazon fake shit. So with the RF induction tips, the iron's more expensive, but the tips don't have the heating element in them, so they're a bit cheaper. So these are the old school. The tip is just a dumb bit of metal, and the heating element is, I'll show you. You finally got the treble verb finished. Nice. Still a noisy piece of shit though. Yeah, there are ways around that, Wes, but don't go making it too nice because it's a messer and it's not a Wes amp. Oh, hang on. so glad you tuned in. What am I supposed to do? Just not answer phone calls like 6? That was the owner of the Luxman amp, which we serviced a while back. Apparently there's some issues with the metering. They're not going as far as they used to, but we did calibrate it to the service manual, so maybe it is how it should be and it wasn't before. But yeah, that's the joy of dealing with hi-fi stuff. Alright, we've got our little connectors sandwiched in there, you see that? So now I can flip the board over carefully. And they're all still in the board. No, I don't like hold music. You guys have got an imagination. You can imagine. What? Just want going with the bass head. What the fuck does that mean? Right, Brad, just want going with the... Do you want an ETA? I guess. There is none. Haven't looked at it. Audio fucked. In what manner? Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Two, three, test, test, 1, 2, 3, test, test, 1, 2, 3. Seems right here. Not sure what's going on. I'll keep talking, and if it's the cable playing up, you just let me know, champions. I might have to just raw dog it. Just raw dog in life. Uh-oh, neighbour's back. Bradley! 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 Fucking what? YouTube servers had problems lately. I heard that. Wasn't that like a week ago, though? Remember what I was saying about chromatic harmonica? Well, that's just what came on the radio. That's the biggest drag about live streaming, the fact you can't listen to music without getting flagged. Do you guys want some background ASMR ambience to get to sleep to? It's time for Betty Buys in most places in the US, isn't it? Except for the West Coast. I don't know what it is. It's just really cringy, the chromatic harmonica. Not a fan at all. We got them all, we got them all, we got them all, we got them all. Sweet as. Nobody flags chromatic harmonica. Yeah. It's like, instead of like biting into your monetization. That the band member actually pays you to copyright strike them. Someone listen to my music. It's not very metal. No, it is not. I've been catching up on some of the Mastodon stuff that I'm not fully across in previous albums and latest albums. Not the chat platform or the whatever the fuck it is, social network, but the band. Love Mastodon. They're funny as too. I met Future Man once in Boston. Who the fuck's Future Man? Is that like Power Man? Love that song by the Kinks. That song was way ahead of its time. No, if you push the board too hard, it flexes and then the ones on the outside fall out. Oh, Gene Hackman. Man, this Gene Hackman thing is going to be a hell of a report when it gets confirmed what happened. And it just they would have necked themselves. Would have been a suicide thing. And taken the dog out with him. It's like, he was 98 or something, wasn't he? Like, he would have just gone, all right, that's enough. At first they said it wasn't suspicious, but now all this conspiracy fuckwits going on about bullshit to try and get hits on their social media pages. That's what it's all about, champions. They're all just trying to get fucking attention. Would have been like that, like Cillian Murphy's parents out of 28 Days Later, you know? Zombie apocalypse. Victor let me play his Yin Yang Fodera. That sounded like me. Doesn't that suck when you play another instrument and it still sounds like yourself? Oh, this is a sitar. Oh, it still sounds like me fumbling around like a dickhead that should learn more music theory. Oh, now we've got soprano sax, the worst type of sax. I was trying to educate myself on John Coltrane the other day, so I had Coltrane playing in the shop. But when you're working, you don't soak anything up. You really need to actually just sit there and not have a fucking computer or phone nearby. Maybe a book, but maybe not even. You literally just need to stare off into the distance when you listen to some artists to fully appreciate them. We've got a nice west-facing sunroom here. And that happens to be right next to the whiskey cabinet and a little lounge. So you can sit there, put on some music and stare out at the sunset and listen to music. So in that back room, eventually I want to put another turntable with a stereo Playmaster valve amplifier and a little turntable. So Dad restored a Playmaster stereo a while back. Actually, it's my it is, once I close all this bullshit, it is my desktop background. Right there. That's the 4 valves, the EL84s or 6BQ fucking whatevers. We restored that Christmas before last. And I'm going to set that up in the back room so you can listen to some vinyl and not play with a computer. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it, champions? Got a Heritage in for a repair yesterday. Quite nice LP style with Florentine cutaway, much thinner body. Yeah, I've had a few of the Heritages and I think they're really good. The ones I had were from like the late 90s, early 2000s, and they were really good. Love playing records these days. You know what blows my mind? How shit everything is now. Compared to even the late 2010s. Old man yelling at clouds. So I was cleaning up. We were doing a bit of it. I tend to do spring cleaning at the end of summer. I don't know why. Well, in spring, because the weather's gotten nicer, you're out there enjoying shit. So why would you stay home cleaning your house? To me, it's autumn cleaning. Because you're going to be cooped up, even though winter here is like summer over there. But I tend to do the ritualistic nesting cleaning thing in autumn or the end of summer. So anyway, I was doing that to the entertainment unit, and I was going through and organizing all the CDs and DVDs. And I thought, the DVD player, I haven't used that for like 5 years. Does it still even work? So I found a DVD of My Name is Earl. It was like a box set. I don't even know where it came from. I think one of my housemates left it. And we were watching it, and I'm like, check it out, yo. There's no ads. You don't have to sign in. You don't have to pay a monthly fee. It's just there whenever you want it. I know you watch it once and that's it, but you can get DVDs now for like $3. And it costs you fucking $15 to hire some movie from fucking YouTube. You can go down to the markets and pick up a box set for $2 or $3. Hello, Necrotech. What's going on? Do you only deal with dead tech? That's a good name for a vintage equipment channel. Necrotech. Oh, I've already put the 3 pinners in. My printers don't work. Didn't use them for a couple of years. In the bin. Yep, record player still works. Why do you think they sent a why do you think they sent a gold record in Voyager, not a fucking YouTube subscription? I bought the first 3 seasons of Miami Vice on DVD. I reckon Hawaii 5-0 or Police Squad would be a good one. If you can find it. Book 'em, Dano. $2,500 CDs. Fucking hell, Wes. It's awesome. Yeah, I've probably got like 1,000. I only got about 300 or 400 LPs. Records, I mean. You know, vinyl. This is Mel Stanley. Join me for Jazz Track on ABC Jazz. On you, Mel Stanley. Might be time to mix it up and put on some parked up doom metal. Or some Behemoth. I haven't listened to Behemoth for a while. I might listen to that this afternoon when I'm done streaming. Sacrifice a goat in the front yard and shit, you know. Eat it, of course. Sacrifice it to my stomach, but freak out the neighbours in the process. How good is goat? Why do people not want to eat goat? It's one of those maligned meats that no one wants to eat for some reason. $4,000 fucking records. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of records. Yeah, everyone's all the fucking autistic people are like, oh, records, the audio quality's not as good. I don't care. It's a ritual. I'll do what I want, you do what you want. People put shit on you for collecting records. It's like, you do you, bro. I'll do me. At least I did the least to sacrifice the goat. Can you believe the prices for vinyl these days? You know the funniest part about vinyl? I had to break it to someone the other day that they were saying it sounds better. Pardon me. They're saying how much warm it is because doesn't have the digital coldness or whatever. I'm like, bro, do you honestly think these guys are recording to multi-track analog tape these days? They're recording in Pro Tools, Chewin, or whatever, and then they're just recording the digital thing, albeit probably a 96K, whatever. They're just copying that digital to the vinyl. Almost saw a tear come out of their eye. It's always the same types. It's the audiophile types, you know. Guys that talk utter shit to each other just to affirm their financial choices. Every time I have a hospital appointment, I go to the butcher across the road and get a couple of kilos of goat, and then I have to go back to the hospital for a heart attack. No, goat's actually not pretty good for you too. I had some at a real swanky restaurant in the city. It was Neil Perry's Rock Pool, and it was fucking incredible. Of course, pretty much order anything there and it'll be incredible, but digital coldness, yeah. For some reason, they just think digital's cold. Imagine if digital was actually objectively warmer, whatever the fuck that means. Would they hate it because it's like warm? Would they call it like hot? It's too hot. The stylus damages vinyl, fresh needle, new LP. You only get about 4 plays at high fidelity. Yeah, probably. But that's not why I play it. I play it for, well, believe it or not, for the low fidelity. And for the ritual. The same reason it's easy to light a gas barbecue and cook on a gas. But I like using the charcoal because it's a ritual. You start it, you grab a beer, you watch it get going, you grab another beer, go and prep the meat, you grab another beer. And by the 5th beer, you're ready to cook. I don't even have a gas barbecue at the moment. I've just got the Weber, the smoker. Just got a second smoker because my uncle gave it to me. Probably should give that one away to someone that needs it more than me because I've got the upright smoker as well. And you got Mark that sends me smoking photos of his all the briskets and stuff he's making. Thank you, Mark. I do appreciate that, even if I sometimes don't have time to respond. I do see it and go, nice. Don't have to defend vinyl to me. I love mechanical watches. Yeah, I just some things just float your boat, you know. Just like Penny Boy. I love Penny Boy. You little champion. I love you more than I love the Sony, even though the Sony's technically more proficient. There's something about the Penny Boy that I just can't describe. If there was a fire and I could only take one camera, sure, the resale value would be high on that one. But I'll probably grab the Penny Boy and the Penny accessories. Who am I kidding? No, I'll grab the Sony because it focuses on my face. I get a little bit like that with test gear too. I just ordered a Simpson Series 8. Found it in the US for like $100. And so I can't pass up on that one. So I'll order that. I've got to get some leads for it. I was going to get the Simpson leads because Element 14 has them. They're about $110 Australian, $120, which is fucking expensive, but I'm not going to use it much, so they're not going to wear out. So I've got the AVO, whatever the fuck it is, the Avo Cardo, the AVO meter. I can't remember the model number of that one. Dad knows. He looked it up. He found the manual for it, the service manual. And I've got a Simpson Series 8 on the way, which is, to be honest, probably more of a just nice thing to look at and hold than actual being used all the time. Basically, all vinyl has been digitally mastered and transferred since the 80s. Yeah, that's what I was explaining to him. I wish I could understand electronics like you, Lyle and Frank. Oh, I don't understand. I just poke shit until it works. Well, here's Frankie boy. I thought he might be here. He must be busy. He's been putting out a lot of content again, so he's probably busy editing stuff since he does all the wacky video intros and stuff. It takes longer than usual to produce a video, no doubt. Dave, welcome to the Small Cap Club. Small Cap. Not as in capacitor, as in cappuccino. Just got one little wonky there. Just straighten her up. So one thing I've been thinking about for these boards, the last ones I sort of manually cleaned the flux off them and it was fucking tedious. This lot, I'd like to get an ultrasonic cleaner. Now I'm not sure if you can get like custom shaped ones. I'm sure you could, because for production surely they'd be making ones just bigger than the PCB or whatever. You'll do a 3-minute intro to a 2-minute video. Yeah, but it is cool. I don't know. I like it. Sorry, you're right, Lyle. I should zoom in. Now I've got to move the board around, though. You're going to fuck us? Fuck us. Yeah, I want to smell some flux. You know, we can make as many of these boards as we want, champions, but I want to get some shipped. So I'm probably going to limit the batch to 10 of each, so 20 boards in total at the moment. We've got Dad making 5 of each too, so that'll take us up to 30 boards. There's already like 10 on back order. So I've got to get them shipped ASAP, tested and shipped. So I'll focus on maybe 10 of each, but yeah, anytime we want to make more, we can make more. Anytime I need some R&R, I just come out here and populate some boards. Netball season starting soon, so I'll be a bit of a loss when Shell's off doing the netball thing. It's open to interpretation, Wes. However you feel about the name is what it's like a song. Whatever you feel, that's 100% correct. If you feel that way about Marshall, well, you're free to think that way. Got the 7 Posi one. So these are connectors from JST, Japanese company, and they make these and the EH series connectors that you see in every Asian amp. Once you know what they're called, champions, it's actually pretty hard to find these because the XH series connectors are everywhere. The EH not so much. So yeah, it took a bit of searching to find, because what do you write? You know, like connector that looks like XH but not XH. So then I found that EH has JST has 2 standards, and these are the EH ones. Not sure why Marshall went for EH instead of XH, the more common ones, but so these aren't available for, well, they're available from Mouser, but in small quantities, and DigiKey seem to stock heaps more of them. So pretty much everything on these boards is from Mouser, except for these connectors. They're from DigiKey, because DigiKey stocks heaps more of them. I suppose you could go directly to JST, but these are not a high ticket item. They're a couple of cents each when you buy in bulk. Probably the biggest thing I want to get the cost down on with these is the valve sockets. So I want to order the next batch. I want to try and get them directly off Belton, but I've sent emails to various addresses that they've got and no response. So I want to talk to Dave Friedman, and say, mate, have you got a contact over there? Because they use Beltons. Maybe I'll talk to John Sir, see what he has to say too. If they're free for a 5-minute chat. Just be good to say g'day as well in general. G'day, g'day. How you going? That's a good point. So Necrotech says, I wish I could understand electronics like you, Lyle Frank. Lyle says, Necrotech, make a few thousand mistakes. What's left? Do that. Voila. 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 Viola. Clivey. How you going, legend? Alex, is that today, Brad? Is what today? Sorry? Production economies of scale is what you need to get the best price of components. Yeah. You start seeing some decent discounts when you're ordering in the quantities that I am, but when you multiply that by 10, shit goes very, very cheap. So yeah, that's why I'm not that worried about anyone copying these designs, because doing the design is like 1/100th of the work. Anyone can rip off this board if they want, but that's not the hard part. The hard part is affording the fucking parts for starters, managing the bill of materials, changing the parts lists all the time, building the fucking things for starters. So yeah, someone asked, was that you, Dave? How long to populate each board? Mate, when I added up the time to make 10 of them, this was the first batch, mind you. I made 5. Is that today? No. What? I mentioned a chat with John Sir. No, I'll just no, I'll send him a fucking message. I always comment on his pizza dough recipe because I've got to get that off him too, but it's probably secret. His pizza dough is fucking amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last 2 channel. G'day, g'day. Well, how you going? What is the future like? Sorry, bad time zone humor. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Peter. Dave, I started a conversation and then stopped. So yeah, when I added up the time it took to build 10, and that was the first production batch, so I was still getting the hang of it, and then divided it by the amount of boards, it was about 1 hour per board, an hour and a bit per board. But if you're just doing one of them, it's going to increase somewhat. If you do it sort of production line style, time goes down a bit. Scotty, how you going, legend? Kicking goals and filling holes. Oop, got 2 nested to each other. Alrighty, flip you over. Oh, wrong way. So 6. Tell us what the plan is with the Japan fella. What can a musically minded subscriber reasonably expect from your channel during that period? Oh, you're going. Elbow deep in repairs. Good, you got some in. You were saying last time your queue is empty. Fantastic. Fan bloody tastic. Ben 30 10Ks, then Ben 50 224. Yep. Then yeah. That's what makes it a bit quicker when you're doing production runs. You know, Lyle, you've been there and done that. Been there, done that with your pedals. As always, there's probably a quicker way of doing everything, but sort of there's a fine line between where you gamify it to the point that it's stressful and where you actually enjoy yourself doing it. And I'm sort of riding that wave, champions. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Well, just got tickets to see Dillinger Escape Plan when they're coming out. By the way, they're playing across the road from Six's shop at the Enmore Theatre. Trying to get Six to come too. Any Dillinger Escape Plan plans? Any Dillinger Escape Plan fans in the chat? Love their album. With Hollywood Squares on it with Mike Patton singing. He's a talented boy, the young Mike Patton. Pigtails, I know. Alright, hang around for 5 minutes. I'll be running around Tokyo live streaming random shit, not just gear and music related. Excellent. How long does it take to build an amp? About half a season of The Sopranos. Yeah. Dillinger Escape Plan rules. Yes, they do, Scotty. I don't know how the fuck those guys do what they do. It's like free jazz metal version. I was joking with my mate. We should drop acid before we go. I've never done it in my life. Do it at a Dillinger Escape Plan gig. Yeah, that'd be a great trip. Take it there's no chromatic harmonica in Dillinger Escape Plan. Oh, it could be. One of their deep cuts. Don't know. I just got a Mesa Quad Pre, Mesa Switch, and Mesa Studio Pre, Mesa M180 amp. Out the door. Oh, okay. Then got a Mesa Triaxis Pre in. Jesus. He's a busy boy, isn't he? Rightio. I grew up in the 80s and 90s, like anything from that era. Gotta find someone to make the face plates. Have you tried anyone else yet, Lyle? Because I've got a guy here I'm about to use. What I might do is make a sparey and get one sent to you, just of my design, and let you have a look at the quality. Even if I cut it in half, who cares? Just so you can see what the print looks like. They use UV like gel print, and it's actually got a bit of height to it. It's slightly embossed. That's one of their options anyway. It's not. How was the show? I don't know. I was listening to this light bulb in the parking lot for like 4 hours. Good one, Scotty. I was talking to a moth in the back alley. You know, he's seen shit, man. So anyway, after I ate him, Triaxis with those fucking awful tantalums, yeah. I know the look Lyle's going for. He's going for the, I believe he's going for, correct me if I'm wrong, the black sort of anodized, sort of semi-sheen look with white writing. It needs thin aluminium to make everything work. Everyone wants to do the fucking thick plastic. Yeah, well, that's, you know why they want to do that, Lyle, is because that's what the trophy shops use, and it's common as mud. So thin, anodized, laser cut, black sheet. Get it from here. We get it from a place called Alspec. You can get stuff custom anodized here as well. but not too much. I've got connections there because of my history in the architectural joinery trade. When we did the Mount Pritchard Mounties Club Asian restaurant, we had all these 10mm aluminium blades that were poking out from the walls. Fucking massive health hazard for anyone. It was pretty sharp fucking aluminium. We deburred it, but still. Black gloss that lasers to white silver. So, I don't know about the gloss, not anodized. Do you think gloss might look a bit tacky? I try to avoid gloss in pretty much everything except for guitars. Not anodized. Okay. Well, anodizing is what they normally use, and then they laser through that because it is basically a very thin layer. The problem with gloss is you have to either spray paint or powder coat it, and the layer is a thicker film. If it's powder coated, it's very thick. So the laser has trouble getting through it and maintaining the accuracy of your print. However, if you've got anodizing, it's literally a few atoms thick. So the laser cuts right through it and you get this super sharp, like unbelievably sharp image. Powder coating and then lasering, not recommended because it melts the powder coat. I mean, how does powder coat set? You put it in an oven. What happens when you heat it? It melts. So it'll melt back over the laser. Or it'll burn and look rough and gross. So powder coating's out. Paint, pretty much the same thing. That's out. Your only option is really anodized, to be honest, and I think that would look classier anyway. Because you get that slight sheen to it. Just trying to think if there's something I've got around here. Like the camera lenses, I guess. You wouldn't know because you just got plastic lenses like bloody Sigma. But when you've got a really nice metal lens, the black powder coating, black anodizing they use looks very classy, I think. It's got like a machined look to it still. Plenty of pedal and amp companies use powder coat and laser. I've had it done before. Do you have any photos of it? Already done it. Okay. I'll just shut my fucking mouth then. Oh, that's what I'm planning anyway. I suppose the gloss would work better as a head cab than a combo that's pointing upwards, like a tweed style combo would look a bit. Just you see every speck of dust, but on a head, not as big a thing. UV printing is pretty good. Depends who's doing it, but yeah, I've heard pretty good things across the board. I think that's how they do the when you get these boards made up, they give you an option to have high resolution silkscreen. I just choose the stock standard silkscreen. It's good enough. But you can do high resolution silk screening because a lot of these equipment manufacturers are just using the PCB guys to make their control panels these days. As Alex has done that with his badges, the serious amplification badges. They're just aluminium, and you send them in like a Gerber, and they just send you back fucking finished product. A lot of modular synths do the same thing. The front panel is actually a piece of PCB or aluminium that's just made by the PCB company. So when you select high resolution silk screening, I believe they switch over to a UV printing process, which makes sense because with silk screening, unless you're making 1,000 of something, you've actually got to make a silk screen, and it's sort of like you don't make a injection mold die for one product, which is why 3D printing is so popular, because you can make a one-off with no permanent tooling required, no custom-made tooling. Do you select the high resolution option there, Alex, when you do your faceplates? Assuming it's from JLC. I think you get some from PCB way, don't you? I noticed the slightly different look to the boards, like the blacks were glossy. Looked a bit different to my boards. When you order black boards from JLC, they're by default matte black, and they've got a real classy look to them. Have got some from PCB way, but I just found the process of ordering and the production tracking and stuff was a little bit nicer and easier to understand with JLC PCB. Hey, Necrotech, legend. How you going, mate? I've already said how you going, but yeah, thanks for the $20, dude. US $20. That's like $40 over here. Fuck, you legend. Yeah, I removed the order number on everything. That doesn't cost you anymore, so I just get rid of it. I've got the order history in eBay. Email. You know what I'm trying to say. Actually, that brings me to the next thing. Oh, I've got some stuff listed on eBay. Camera gear. I think some test equipment. Some Hakko gear like fume extractor and stuff. I used to use a fume extractor in here, but during summer, I just chuck the fan on. The fume extractor is kind of useless because it's got to be like 100mm from whatever you're soldering, so it's great for small PCBs, but for anything larger than a pedal, it really gets in the way. Ideally, I'd have custom chassis made with powder coating and screening all in one, but money. Yeah, see, I've asked around about that, and everyone sort of goes, eh. Primarily because no one has a silk screening press that is big enough to put a 3D item in. So everyone has it for flat stuff, like t-shirts, fucking control panels, you name it. But as soon as you're talking a three-dimensional object, then you have to have some method of lifting the top edge of the silk screen, and often they don't have that. It would be pretty easy to build one for that, but then you've got a massive range of like heights and dimensions to deal with. So yeah, I know the look you're going for, like the Gallian Krugers that had it on the one piece, or the the Soldano look where it's printed directly on the chassis. It is a good look. Laser etching through that is even classier. Yeah, I get what you're going for. So I think what you're going to need there, Lyle, is a very thin coating, whatever it is, whether it's powder coating or spray paint. Spray paint would end up thinner, but then you got a primer under it, and when you burn through, that could cause issues as well. But anyway, have fun with all the little connectors. Thank you. See you, Lyle. Have a good one. James, there you go, legend. That's Briggs Mech. Name's James, isn't it? I can't remember anyone's fucking name. There you go, good mate. Just going back to me roots here, sitting in the garage, making shit. Not fixing shit, but making shit. Might get a little container for these connectors because they're a bit fiddly. What have I got? That'll do. You. Little plastic dishes. Emmett Otter. Just passing through, eh? Howdy, partner. Don't need that many, but whatever. I am making my Marshall boards. Just sold something on Reverb with the last name Briggs. Huh. I'm not sure why any of you choose the names that you've got, because pretty much none of them have anything to do with your actual name. What is important for buying a Egnator Renegade to check? That it's had the transformer replaced. The stock transformers on them love to go short circuit or open circuit. Can't remember which. Really shitty transformers. So, although I hate recommending anything from Mercury Magnetics, I believe they're the only ones that make the transformers, and I think even their transformers are shit now. They've really taken a downturn, and they're just one of these companies that's non-responsive. They don't answer a single email. They don't have a phone number. They don't, yeah. So there was previously a guy there called Patrick Selvage who was their go-to music related man. He's super helpful, very friendly guy. And he passed away. He had, I think it was cancer that got him. Poor bugger. And since then, there's been no one there of any. I don't know if it's incompetence or if it's just willful ignorance. I've got a feeling that I'm not supposed to be populating connector 16. So let me just check that. Come on, computer. 3 channel. Oh no, that's Rev B. Fuck. I'm working on Rev B. Get rid of you. KiCad. Free channel Rev A. Bill of materials. Con 16. No, it's Con 15. Con 16. I've still got a part number there. Connect the map. No, Con 16. And Con 15 don't exist. So Con 16 I should be leaving out. Whoops. I'll just remove that from the previous board so I don't forget. There we go. Throw that one out because it's going to pins might be misaligned. Oh no, it's still good. Where was I? Yeah, so Con 16 is removed on the next revision. For some reason I put it on all the other boards there because it was on the stock board, and it didn't occur to me that it's not used for anything. So Con 16 can stay off and won't exist on the next iteration. And we're good. Everything's sitting pretty. Yep, flip her over. Soldering time. Musical or laundry type nostalgia. If you need an intern that will work for electronics knowledge, I'll do that. No, I'd have to know something before I could teach anyone. Sorry, but how would I know if the transformer wasn't okay? Well, if it's got the Egnator brand on it, it's not okay. More commonly, you'll know it's not okay because the thing won't turn on. It'll either have a short circuit, so shorter turns, or you'll have no primary current. I believe the primary goes open circuit on them. Look, if you find one and it's cheap, you can just make sure you got the right rated fuse in there. Buy it, use it. If it fails, it fails. If it doesn't, happy days. Just make sure you got the right fuse in there. Don't be playing around with fuse sizes because you could start a fucking fire. Duo Polo. How you going, legend? Anyone seen video or instructions on buying an orange TH30? Not a lot of literature as a blues junior. Same principle as everything, man. It's not really amplifier specific. Find yourself a manual, a service manual or a schematic for that amp. I believe they are out there, and then read up on how to bias amps. It's not model specific. if you are looking for model specific information, you're kind of shooting in the dark a bit in the first place, because you want to understand what you're doing regardless of the amp model. To the TH30, so that I believe is EL84s, 4 of them running in cathode bias condition, if I remember correctly. You guys could look it up. Who's a mod? Wes, if you could look up a TH30 schematic, find a link and post it, because mods can only post links. This pizza tastes cold and digital. Isn't it funny with audiophilia that the expensive option always sounds the best? Like, that's not necessarily the way that life works in every other aspect. Sometimes the cheap stuff's better. What do you expect for downloading a pizza? True. I'll just solder over the connector 16 holes so I know at a glance they're not supposed to be soldered to, because when you finish the board, your eye's naturally drawn to anything that's an empty pad. When you're doing the QC, there you go. Oh, file. Oh, hang on. You you just posted a link to literally your drive there, bro. I'm talking about a web address. Does that do anything? No. Might want to remove that comment there in case someone hacks your shit. No. As long as it wasn't in your OnlyFans recordings folder. Did that work? Redirect. Okay, my browser doesn't want to redirect. I don't think that worked either. I don't bloody know. It's too hard. Said some storms or so, maybe, but it's not looking very promising so far. Brad, how many units in a production run would you need to justify an automated robot piece? Yeah. Excuse me. I don't know. I can try ordering and get a quote. But like I was saying, Dave, I do kind of enjoy doing this. It is a bit time consuming, but feels like holiday work, you know. How warm is it there now? I think it's around 36 Celsius. So JLC do offer assembly services. So if I was going to use anyone, I'd probably use them. At least give them a run. But then, yeah, there is, as you'll find out later on, or when I do the assembly instructional video, there is quite a bit to getting the construction right, or what I consider right. I may have to just loosen up a little bit on the anal retentive construction standards. I mean, because we've all seen the ones that Marshall made, and they were fucking dog shit. Like, half the time you had to resolder parts. The small radial caps were floating up in midair, and nothing was bedded against the surface. They used that shitty hot glue to try and stick the boards to the surface, but the hot glue literally just let go as soon as you touched it and did zero. There were caps in the wrong way around. Resistors that weren't, those power resistors that weren't bedded against their shoulders, so they crack solder joints and fall out of the board. You pretty much had to rework a lot of the board before you could even install the fucking thing, so anything's better than that. So yeah, I guess Marshall were probably getting the lowest bidder to assemble their boards for them as well, grudgingly, because they didn't want to do them at all, and now they don't do them at all, which is why I do them. So a few people sort of semi-whinged about the price, but then bought one anyway. It's called supply and demand, legend. But when you buy one of these, you know what you're getting. It's not like the lucky dip with the Marshall ones where you got to fucking rework the whole thing before you can use it. You're getting much higher quality components, a higher quality board, better layout, larger pads, larger traces, thicker copper. And built by the man himself, dickhead in his garage. What is 37 degrees in Fahrenheit anyway? I keep going to look stuff up and then realizing, hey, that's what you guys are there for. Yeah, so people have also been debating whether or not it's worth installing these in a JCM 2000 head. And I can't answer that question really. It's up to the owner. All we can do is provide them a price for the service, and they either determine it's either worth it or it's not, but that's up to them. Look, in my mind it is, because I make the boards obviously, so I am biased, but you're getting basically a new amp because you got all the filter caps replaced. All the components that could go open circuit from being low quality, like plate resistors. You got no drift issues anymore. You got good quality sockets. But if you don't love the amp, obviously you wouldn't spend the money on it. 98 Fahrenheit. There you go. That's pretty warm, isn't it? I find the DSL sounds a lot nicer and warmer than the TSL. The TSL is a little bit buzzy. I was a bit of a catch-22 because did I want to revoice the amp, or did I want to sell the board as per the basically sound the same as the stock one. Because I don't want people coming to me going, "Oh, replace the board, now my amp sounds different. Your board's shit because it sounds different. I was used to the sound how it was. My rig's set up for how it sounds." Guitarists are very, well, sort of like, I guess, superstitious because they don't really know how they got their tone or how things work. They just do the same thing every time, and if it works, they just keep doing the same thing without really understanding what's affecting what. So if you make them like change their setup, change their EQ, whatever, that they'll probably get the shits. So what I might do if I have time is do a revoiced version. Sell the stock one, but tell them what to change. And give them a little kit to change those things. Or custom order different voicing options. But I don't want the ordering to get too complex because a lot of these, well, techs in particular, they just want another board and get the thing fucking moved. Which I understand. And then the other thing I'm concerned about with that is now you've got to have some decent soldering equipment, some good skill, because these are through-hole plated. Removing components isn't as easy without a desolder gun, or some chip removal solder, that kind of thing, and a bit of skill to go with it. So they could rip, as heavy as the copper is and through-hole plating and all of that, they could damage the board if they're wrestling around with a 100-watt iron that they bought at the hardware store or something. I'm pessimistic, champions, because I've seen it all happen before. What's the fair price for a donor head that needs this board? I'm after one for an addition to my back line. Got 2 quad boxes and no heads. So you said quad box, so that means you're Australian. So in Australian dollars, I'd pay $1,000 for one to 1,200 maybe, knowing that I've got the boards. And if you're going to have a backline like a higher rig, I wouldn't trust one unless it had one of these boards. You just advertise it produces magical 1960s tone and that it can sound like anything and charge double for the magic. Yeah, well, that's what everyone else fucking does, eh? All the other fucking boutique bullshit peddlers. Yeah, Hakos are good. I am pining a little bit for, like I said, the FX100, but can't have it all, champions. As you can see, this is working alright. It's just when it gets to the real heavy traces like the valve sockets and the heater lines that you got to crank it up a bit. I don't like leaving it cranked up because, as I said, you can burn the tip. Could you mock up a version of the old Cliff PC work frame? They have a frame with foam that holds in all the components and you just solder everything at once. That's not a bad idea. The problem is the foam would have to be neoprene or something or it'd melt. Because the components do get pretty warm when you're soldering them. But you can get foam to deal with that. It's not the end of the world. I've got my little technique. It's not really going to save a lot more time than just throwing a board on top and flipping her over. Unless I made a frame big enough to do like 5 boards or something, but... Four pin? 4 pin. Could use silicon foam. Yeah, but how much does a sheet of that cost? Don't know. Could do a lot of things, Ted. Could just do this. Yeah, using the FX-888D. D for damn. That's a good iron. Great general purpose iron for general purposes. But the FX951 is another step up because it's got the directly heated tips. You get one of them for about $600-700 genuine. You probably get one for $300 if it's fake. But what's the point of that? Because it won't work probably. And then the next step up from that, about retail, unless it's on special, about double that cost, so about $1,200, is the FX100 mentioned previously with the induction heated tip, which is the fucking bee's knees, champions. I would like one of them. Is that raindrops? It's like fully sunny outside, so if it is, I'll be surprised. I'll water the garden tonight, since we've had a hot day. Soak the wee little plants. Mum went crazy gardening here. Mum and Dad have been around for the last week and a bit, helping. Dad's been helping catch up. Mum's been helping out as well, and she has been every time she comes, she gets to work in the garden. I don't say get to work as in, oh yeah, I get to work. She gets to work as in, oh, I better roll up the sleeves and fix this shit show. She gets out there and does a bit of planting and pruning and stuff. I'm gonna get back on that this weekend. A fortnight ago or something, or 2 weeks ago, I put in a pretty much whole weekend doing yard work. Sort of only got halfway there, so when you leave it too long, it's a lot of work. It's all looking neat and tidy at the moment, but there's some more stuff I've got to do. I've got a couple of trees that keep, they're weeds, but they turn into fucking trees that keep coming back. We've got to paint their, oh, we lost one. Got to paint their stems with poison so they don't come back. Poison, tasty fish. FX100. Yeah, it's about $1,200, so it's about double US dollar and Aussie dollar. At the moment, we're at about 60-something cent. Don't know what it is today. It's too depressing to look. But that's probably why, champions, I'm selling these boards all to the US. The majority of them are going to the States. Cost about 50 Australian shipping, so about 25 American shipping, about 25-30 bucks to ship one of these pretty much anywhere in the States. That is before your postal system collapses, which will be the next thing. But anyway, let's make hay before the fucking black clouds come out, eh? I paid 89. Yeah, the FX 888s are insanely good value, Wes. JCM 2000 is a magnificent circuit, just flawed from the start. Yeah. So like I was saying, the DSL sounds fucking awesome. The TSL, a bit buzzy. Now I want to revisit the circuit and find out why, and maybe offer some boards that make it sound a bit more like a higher gain DSL. I think that, yeah, it's just they've got some filtering happening, taking the real edge off. How much for these boards? I'll have a look at my website, champion. Go to bradsguitargarage.com.au and punch in FYM in the search bar, and all the listings will come up for the pre-orders. And when I stock up on these, I'll fulfill all the existing pre-orders. I'll keep the pre-orders open for when the main orders run out, or for people that don't need one straight away. But yeah, as they come back into production, the people who have a pre-order get preference. Ship to them first. Whatever remains after that will go into the current stock level for instant dispatch upon ordering. I'll do another stream once all these are assembled of the testing. Just going through and testing them all, running them up to full power, letting them soak for a bit while I work on other stuff. I test about 10 a day while I'm doing other jobs, because I set them with the meters and they monitor for any drift or any fluctuations in both output and current draw on all the rails. I've got two heads, a DSL 200, a DSL 100 and a TSL 100, and I've modified them a bit to make swapping the boards in and out a bit quicker and easier. Just test all the functions, test the reverb works, even though no one uses it, because Marshall should never play with reverb in general, and Fender should never play with high gain. Stay in your lane, dickheads. Fender for reverb, Marshall for high gain. Sorry, it's the natural order. Fuck with that, you'll look up at night, you'll see owls flying backwards and other Shakespearean shit. It's like Macbeth. Should read Shakespeare again. I haven't read it since high school. I want one to assemble myself. Sorry, I read that weird. Yeah, it'll happen. I've got 20 in stock for shipping for DIY construction, but like I said, I've got to wait until the assembly instructions are clear enough, and I've got to decide whether or not I'm going to put my logo on them, because I need to make it clear that they're DIY, because people could buy them and completely fuck them, and they've got my name on them, so then people be like, ugh, those boards are shit. I'm like, I didn't build it. Some other fuckwit did. Sure. So I need to put something on the board that makes it very clear that they're the DIY version. And maybe even print the web address to the... No, probably won't bother with that, but do a video showing the tricks on how to assemble it with most ease. Because, you know, you could figure it out yourself, but if you've got a little primer there, you go, oh, fuck, that's it. That's heaps easy way to do it. Same as Fender acoustic guitars, they shouldn't exist, yeah. True. A messer should never play with tremolo. Yeah, they can't figure out how to bias an amp, let alone have the bias fucking modulated. Oh, messer. Every now and then I get a little burst of comments and people berating my videos of Mesa Boogie analysis. It's like, it's right in front of your face. I'm telling you exactly what's on camera at the same time you're looking at it, but they still deny what they're seeing with their own eyes. But that's becoming more and more common in this day and age in every aspect of life, isn't it? Don't believe your lying eyes, that kind of bullshit. So I've got a feeling it's whenever someone on a forum, like, my mess is blown up, what do? Here you go, have a look at this video, and someone shares my video, and then everyone from this lead poisoned fucking mouth breathing forum comes over and starts, oh, you fucking talking bullshit out their ass. They don't even know what they're saying. I'm all for being criticized, but have some fucking points there, champions. Have an argument. Don't just say you're a dick, because then you're on the level of a fucking 6-year-old. So yeah, every time I get a burst of them, I go, oh, someone's linked me in a forum. What's that? What's the most toxic one? PGP, I think it is. Full of massive fucking mouth breathers. TGP, is it? Used to Sonic. Dude, I had some guy use some AI search result. Tell me I was wrong about what pickups came in my guitar in the 80s, yeah. I got it, bro. I feel confident I can not electrocute. I'm not worried about you electrocuting yourself, because then you'll be dead and you won't complain. I'm worried about my boards getting destroyed and having my name on them still. Or use the other really big thing I'm worried about is people will get my boards, and they'll ignore the fucking bill of materials I sent them that you can buy from DigiKey or Mouser, or anywhere else for that matter. And they'll try and use all the old parts off the old board. And then cook them in the process of removing them, and then they'll fail, and then they'll blame my board, and they'll want free support. And even though it says on my website I cannot offer you support because it's not a service I offer, this is for experienced technicians only. So you see a sort of disclaimer away on the website, but no one reads that shit. They'll just, I'll be the first fucking email they send when they can't figure something out, or it doesn't work when they first plug it in. They're trying to use the old cooked valves that the previous board destroyed, or like they upped the fuse and then blew the output transformer or whatever. Plug the wrong voltage into the wrong header and feed the heater circuit with HT. There's so many opportunities to fuck these up. That's why I'm really hesitant to sell. It's hard enough for some people to use the pre-populated one. I'm really hesitant to sell the unpopulated ones at all. But hey, Jason, Alex do it. Having said that, I've seen some blowback Alex had over people just not reading his instructions correctly and plugging the HT AC windings into the wrong place and blowing up their fucking power transformer. And they try to blame him for it. I don't want that kind of stress in my life, to be honest. That's why I was initially going to only sell these to techs that I am mates with, which there are plenty, probably enough to sustain selling them. This perfect world, I don't at the moment. I've been waiting to get my hands on one of their heads just to make 1000% triply sure that there aren't going to be any issues with these ones without having to modify something. As far as I know, it's literally just different transformer and then just the two output boards and their components depopulated. But yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd have to look into it. But I wouldn't mind getting my hands on one of those amps first. There is a reason there are never returns for electric parts, yeah. Most people are generally pretty smart. It's the loud, stupid minority that ruins our perceptions of the public. Yeah, probably, Scotty. Particularly on the internet. I don't know. There's a couple of guys who have like a public presence that just straight up don't understand the basics, and they're telling people how it is, and it worries me a bit. False bravado and whatever. Everyone, whenever you don't like stop your day and personally handhold some fucker on a forum or whatever through them not understanding the basics, they call it their first accusation is you're a gatekeeper. You're a gatekeeper because you haven't got time to handhold someone that doesn't know a diode from a diac to save their fucking life through a complicated repair. Oh, you're a gatekeeper. Bro. I'm not at the gate, I'm at the pub down the road. You're standing at the gate. I'm not. Definitely different colored PCBs. Yeah, well, that's what I'm going with at the moment, but I ordered the black ones for DIY because I am providing them unpopulated. They would be pretty easy to scan transfer to a PDF, and then trace out in the green format. But that's a bit harder in black, so I was going to make the black ones the DIY ones, but then I love the look of the black ones so much that I think I might keep producing them in black, because they look fucking wicked. I've always been against black PCBs because they're harder to trace, but they're also harder to copy. If it's pre-populated, doesn't matter, because you can't copy the top traces with the components in the way, but so yeah, I think I just want to remove, or no, I want to print in large characters DIY version or something. I don't know. I've got to think about it. I've got to go and walk by the river with no music or podcast in my ear. Ooh, just bridged a solder joint there. Too busy talking. And have a stink about it. Sounds like a game show. We've got some trumpet-centric jazz happening in the background. You can fuck yourself up, yeah. I mean, I've copped HT a couple of times, and it's not like it's instant death, but yeah, I can imagine if you had heart problems or something, you may not get so lucky. Or if it happened in a particularly bad way, like you're walking around in fucking bare feet in a wet concrete floor working on electronics or something like that. I've usually copped it to the back of the hand from just carelessly doing something and forgetting where my fingers are while I'm working on something that's not HT. One thing you always get complacent about is when you're working on solid state stuff and you don't think in the back of your head, this thing could kill me, even though it does have mains available there. So many times I've been shocked it's been on a bit of solid state gear that I'm just the back of the hand or back of the pinky wanders down and touches the back of the power switch or something equally as stupid while you're trying to clean a pot or something. You can't. I lost my hair. Yeah, well, my beard though. It just went south. Alrighty, two left. Two left? Three left. Three left? Two left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Two left. As a chemist, I used to interact with guys on forums who just wanted to take drugs. When can I shoot the products? What the fuck? Really? Wow. Is that the kind of thing we're dealing with? Get in there, you bastard. One thing with assembling boards, because you've got to start from the ground up and install the smallest components first, it's not very gratifying. Because you're sitting there, you're putting in little resistors, and the board doesn't look that different each time you populate it with the next value. So you feel tempted to put in some of the bigger parts to just feel better about yourself. And then you snooker yourself, because then you come in to try and install the smaller parts around it, and it's a real pain in the ass. CRTs are dangerous as fuck. They have like 10,000 volts in the aquadag. That's a word I haven't used for a while. The aquadag. 3-pin. Got fried. Short body pants. Fucking hell. You like that kind of voltage and current, you're lucky you didn't blow your fucking finger off. Like permanent nerve damage shit. Because the whole tube is a big capacitor, essentially. You take off the silicon plug and you shove a fucking screwdriver in there. You can get proper discharging tools, but that's what a screwdriver's for. Oh, got to do the Q&A video, champions. I've fucking been too busy. Need to go walkabout, answer some questions. I think what I'm going to have to do, because a lot of the questions got a bit technical last time, so I was sort of shooting from the hip, walking around in the bush, but I think I'll need to cut for more detailed questions to me in front of a computer so I can show like screenshots of stuff and graphs and schematics. So I guess I'll just do that at the desk at home. And just cut to me sitting at the desk at home when I need to explain something. So I'll go out, I'll do the talking head thing, walking around. And then I'll be like, so to go into greater detail, we'll pass you on to Brad at the office. Brad at the office. The fractal burning. Yeah, I heard about that. Big Clive did a real public service on the micro BS. The micro BS? Microwaves, I think you mean. So yeah, people had no idea what they were playing with. Like 4 to 6 to 8 kilovolt transformers at like fucking half an amp. And people were dying trying to make fractal patterns in wood with repurposed microwave oven transformers. It was like a death every couple of weeks because some Instagram TikTok trend. They should be held responsible for that, but social media companies aren't held responsible for anything anymore, are they? Just allowed to do whatever they want. All right, last one. Time is it? Shit, it's almost 4 o'clock. I could keep populating the rest of the boards just to get this tedious part out of the way, so I don't have to worry about it next time. They don't take up that much more space. There's 9 of them. Yeah, let's do that. This is Zen work. Influencers offing themselves with just housekeeping, am I right? Yeah, the problem is, Wes, it wasn't the influencers that were dying. The influencers knew the risks. The influencers, like always, know things that they're not telling to make things more, oh wow, that's amazing. There's no disclaimers or anything. They're the ones, they knew it was fine, as long as you're using a certain method, but they didn't tell anyone that. So people just didn't know that it was a danger. The average normie doesn't fucking know what voltage a magnetron runs at. So they didn't understand the danger, even though probably should have had some spidey sense tingling if they didn't have like 50 IQ. But yeah, the influencers just got all the hits, and then the people who tried to do it are the ones that died. But yeah, I think the world could use many less influences. Not in that method though. Maybe they should just get real jobs instead of relying on social media for their income. I don't think anyone should rely on social media for their income. I don't know. It just seems like a really unstable way of living. I mean, at any given time, particularly in this day and age, any social media platform could just remove you for no reason. Like, who do they answer to? No one. So why would you trust them with your livelihood? Seems really dumb to me. That's why my priority has always been on actually getting the work done. And then the video is like a hobby. So when I don't release content for a while, you know I'm fine. I'm just busy as fuck. Just got a lot of jobs in the queue, getting them done, getting her done, brother. I'm not stupid enough to rely on YouTube for an income. Especially, that's why I don't hesitate to talk shit and swear and stuff too, because, you know, if I get removed, whatever. It's just my hobby. It takes too much effort to put on another persona. A lot of people are like, oh, you're so genuine. It's because to not be genuine is actually effort. It's like you got to be acting and you're always on and it's just draining. It's easier to just swear and shit like I do in real life. It's the way of the idiot. I'm soldering behind my camera view. There we go. Yeah, lying is exhausting. And you gotta have a good memory, and my memory's shit. Like, there's white lies, like, does my butt look big in this and stuff, but I suppose the only time I lie and know that I lie is when someone's told me to keep something a secret and I'm a vault, so I don't disclose stuff to people if someone's told me not to tell anyone. Oof! Looks like we're going to do connectors only this episode, champions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Alright, so that's the one where I've sold one unpopulated to one of my mates. We've got 14 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck, lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. So I've got 14 3 channels. Ah, my butt's going numb. We should have 15 2 channels. I sold one. One unpopulated, and because he's a good tech, it's already in the amp. He used his preferred components. He's an experienced tech, and the amp's back with its customer and no issues. So each board takes 2 hours. Probably an hour and a half, Ted. If you're on a roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes. Alright, I'm just going to go grab a drink, legends, because I am drier than a dead dingo's donger. So just one sec. Yo! I just grabbed a tonic water. Supposed to have it as a mixer, but whatever. I like tonic water by itself too. I like it with gin too. Pardon me. Soldering Connectors, episode 12. Yeah. Hourly wage approaching zero. Guys, there is 50 boards. And they're worth $545 each, so you do the math. That's in addition to the 10 I've already sold. So you tell me what the hourly rate is. Probably still not enough. Out of booze going on 3 weeks. We better go buy some more then, Ted. Jesus. There are a lot of reasons to drink these days. There's a lot of reasons not to drink too, Wes. Like getting ready for the big funny. Reel us in, Brad. Tonic water is Satan's piss. Yeah, but you know, sometimes Satan likes when you drink his piss. Diabetes, yeah. My father-in-law's got diabetes, so you might have like one beer at Christmas or something, but he can't have any more than that. Jesus, I don't know. I don't know what to do for that diabetes. Woo! That'd suck. I don't know. I certainly haven't got genetic, but if it was like acquired. Guess I'd probably just smoke heaps of weed. Don't know. Four pin connectors can go away because they're not on the 2-channel boards. Yeah, I don't know. Weed doesn't work for me. I'm already dumb enough how it is. Jesus. What's the go with heaps of friends with diabetes? I think I only know like one person with diabetes. To diabetes. Trying to stay fit, champions. You got to get out of the fucking workshop though. The other morning I went for a walk or run or something, and then get back to the phone. There's like 5 missed calls, and like workday hadn't even started yet. It's like, man, it's like exercising stresses me out because when I'm exercising, I'm not doing work that gets people off my back. Exercise is supposed to get rid of stress, not add to it. Oh, we love you too, Necrotech. Have you actually got a channel? Or is it just a username with no content? Type 1. Which one's that again? Is that the genetic one? Where's I always get them mixed up. I think I'm around 180 pounds. Is that I'm about 88 kilos or something. Okay, so type 1 is the one where you need like the insulin and shit, is it? Just fill me in. I can't remember. Like I say, I think there's only one person I know that's got it. Just username, hopefully starting a channel soon. What kind of stuff would you put on there if you do start a channel, Necrotech? Because you've got a really good username for vintage restorations. Are you into that? Do you do that kind of stuff? Like, you know, bring in the gear, bringing the tech back from the dead. Necrotech, get it? Get it? Get it? I was skinny, then I went vegan, still skinny. Oh, both can need insulin. Okay. And one of them, okay, so the difference is one of them needs sugar when they crash, and the other one can't have sugar. Is that right? It's a zombie channel. I could just look it up, but you know. Hands are busy. That's what she said. So I pop my water bottle in the freezer. So remind me to get it out, champion, so it doesn't explode, all right? Phone again. Sorry, legends. Jesus, look at my arm when I reach over there. No lens correction, because fucking Sony doesn't like doing it when it's plugged in. Set a timer on my phone. That's way too organised. Where's it? Not that high tech. Yeah, the problem, Lou, these days is the bloody fridges all have the recirculating vent at the front of the freezer, and that's usually where you stick it in because all the back's full of food. So the cans of drink or whatever explode, and then they go down in the vent. you got to defrost the fridge to unblock it so the fridge fucking works again. Because you got to let the drink melt. Because by the time it explodes, it's like just on the verge of being ice. So it explodes and then turns to ice, blocks the vent. So then you got to turn the fridge off for fucking 3 days. Let all the shit run down the bottom and then clean it all up and fire it back up again. Ask me how I know that one. Necrotech's a member. You can watch all my recent live streams that I made members only. What I've been doing is making it so if you're here, you can watch it free. But if you can't make it, too bad. Be a member. I think my neighbour's pottering around, finding out why I'm talking to nobody. The unpopulated boards are not available at the moment, George. I've got to do the documentation and stuff yet. And yeah, just go to the start of the stream and listen back for the reasons why I'm hesitant to release them at all. I have a beer fridge since COVID. What, so you can just stock up massively? You don't have to go to the shops all the time? Is that the reasoning behind it? Or just that you drink fucking heaps more, Wes? See you, Scotty. Got you, bro. This should probably be a members only stream because it's not representative of my videos. Two channel. Go over there. Bit of both, yeah. Keeping an eye on this bird flu situation. I think Australia is still completely bird flu free as of today. Are you out of a job, Wes? That's all right, mate. I wish I could just give people memberships, but kind of can't. You can't just choose someone and go, you're a member now. You got to gift them, and if they happen to get it, I'm surprised you didn't get one from last time because it sees the people that engage the most with the channel, and it gives them memberships first. That's how the membership gifting works. It just goes to randomly selected people who are most engaged with the channel. So the most comments, the most views, that kind of thing. So I would have thought that you would have got one last time. What happened, Wes? I don't want to pressure you if you don't want to talk about it, but last I heard you were working on a project. It's funny, like very little of my content, Mark, is actually learning about amps. Most of it is just me talking shit, social commentary, and it was never meant to be a teaching channel. It was always a hanging out channel. And whinging about Mess of Boogie channel. Oh, hang on. Oh, because it's somehow commercial. Hey, Necrotech. Oh, come on, Wes. Get a membership. Oh, you can't. Damn it. I think we had a conversation about that once before, Wes. In that there is a setting to allow your account to receive gifted memberships, but it sounds like you've tried that and somehow you've ended up with a commercial account, which is weird, man. I didn't even know that was an option. You can't change account types. That's fucked. Seems like you need to start a new account. DreamWorks laid off 70% of the production crew to outsource it to replace it with fucking AI. Really? Fuck DreamWorks, man. What a bunch of fucking pricks. AI. Fuck AI. Fucking hate AI, man. We don't fucking want it. Like, stick it up your ass. It's the solution that no one fucking asked for. And all these billionaire cunts are shoving it down our fucking throat whether we like it or not. Fuck off. Is that my boy? Yeah, Jason, actually. Yeah, one of them is. I can't say which one. But yeah, you can see I'm not fucking about, mate. I am I am getting them done. I meant to get them done earlier in the month, as I did mention, but fucking repairs. I bit off way more than I could chew back in December. And then in January again. And then had to chew like fuck. But we got a lot of repairs out the door. Dad came to town, helped me catch up on the amps while I had to do guitars. I did like, fuck, it was like probably like 50 guitars in a fortnight and like 20 something amps in 2 weeks between Dad and I. It doesn't work. Yeah, I know it doesn't work. It's fucking shit. The only thing it will work for is creating fucking misinformation, disinformation, and starting controversy and bullshit. We don't fucking want AI. Like fucking Office bringing it out. Copilot. Okay. If I get stuff from people like an email or a message from someone that's using fucking AI, I'll just delete it. Fuck off. CEOs aren't morons, where it's just their priorities don't align with anyone else's except for their own. They know exactly what they're fucking doing, mate. Just they're the only one on the planet that wants it. Them and their rich buddies. Shit in, shit out, exactly. Fuck AI, definitely. This is the anti-AI channel, alright? So now I've said all this, it's going to smother my fucking ads with disinformation and propaganda. Pro AI propaganda. I don't know how to describe what it feels like when you're getting AI shit shoved down your throat. It feels a little bit like, hard to describe. It's a little bit sort of, what's the word? Maybe I'll use AI to find out what word I'm thinking of. Violating. You feel a bit violated because they're trying to present lies to you, like there'll be a picture of a fucking horse jumping a wall or something, and you look at it and you're like, the lighting's all fucked up. It's got that weird fuzzy look that all the fucking AI videos have. It's like, why are you lying to me? I didn't ask to have this shoved in my fucking face. You're presenting utter bullshit to me. It feels violating, to be honest. Feels like you're in the Matrix getting fucking lied to through the fucking cable in the back of your head. But you know it's happening. It's all just like gravy, eh? Like people actually watch that shit. Unless it's just other bots watching it. I don't know. Fucking whatever. Dystopia world that we live in. That's why it's cool to just hang in the garage and fucking make some boards, mate. That's why I turned off mid-roll ads. Although YouTube will turn that back on after the stream is finished on this stream. I'll have to manually go in there and change it back again. As one viewer keeps sending me emails asking me why mid-roll ads are on. Like, bro, just fucking, I don't know. I don't have time to go back and change every fucking video. Anyway. Just pay for YouTube Premium if you don't like it. It's like, it is like gaslighting. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, the power usage, where's too? That's the other thing. It's all just brute force fucking inefficient code. Scraping, data scraping, whether it's right or wrong. Just shoveling bullshit everywhere. Fuck AI. Feeds our crap back to us. Well, you just got to tune out completely then, eh? You block origin. Is that a good one, is it? Does that work for Pornhub? Asking for a friend. How long before all porn is AI? That will raise some strange moral questions. I'm sure there's some fucking freaks out there doing that. Got to be honest, the connectors is the most tedious part of this, so I'll be pretty happy once I've finished the connector part of all the boards, the whole batch. It's a little fiddly part. It'll be good to get out of the way. 12.9 million ads blocked. What, just on your channel or just on you on YouTube or Pornhub? Fuck, if that's your Pornhub ad block limit there, Ted, I think you got to get out more, brother. Lots of AI porn. Fuck. That is so fucked up in so many ways. I don't even want to imagine that's real. I bet it is, but I'd like to pretend it's not for as long as I can. Your browser, Jesus. 3 tits and all. Well, you can just watch Total Recall for that. Total Recall? Was that Judge Dredd? I can't remember. Total Recall. It's really funny watching 80s movies, even early 90s, because Japan had a massive boom, and then they sort of crashed after that. So for a while there, when they were producing all these movies, you noticed that all the movies showed the future being sort of like Japan or like Oriental, like China, because they just assumed that Japan and China were going to take over the world. Like even on like Fifth Element, Blade Runner, it all showed like this sort of Orientalist sort of future. A little bit like in Back to the Future as well. Like, oh, the best stuff's made in Japan. Flip her over. Getting there, legends. Really want to go back to Japan, but should I spend the next trip's worth of money going to somewhere I've already been? I mean, you can spend your whole life in Japan and not even see a quarter of it, but don't know. Problem is because we're in Australia, it's like it costs so much to go to anywhere in Europe. I'd love to go to Ireland and Scotland. Primarily for the whiskey, let's not lie. Japanese whiskey, I'm not a huge fan of. It's kind of overrated, to be honest. Overpriced. Yeah, communism's never really existed. And as long as capital's got anything to do with it, it probably never will. You notice the cutout. Hang on. Is that Michael Ibrahim as in MI Audio? Michael? Yeah, I extended the cutouts in an early one. I had the cutouts there, but they weren't as big, so I thought there's still fucking tons of strength. It's strong as. And the other reason is you can see there, I've got the plate running down here to parallel the two valves. That's another reason why you've got to pull one of the pins out of the octal sockets and run that down there. And you've got your isolation slot from the plate to the grid. I probably could throw another one to the heater there. Hey, Michael Ibrahim, MI Audio, legend. How long have you been lurking on my channel for? It's good to have you. Actually, we've got a mutual friend. Well, we've probably got several, but Danny Barber, your chassis man. He does my some of my laser cutting. I've got two blokes I use. Danny's got to give him a bit more notice. Often I'm too unorganised, so I need like turnaround within a month, and he sort of can't do that. But yeah, he does my speaker grills because I make them out of like 3mm alley and get them powder coated. Mount them with a bit of foam tape so they don't rattle. You can lay the boot in them when they don't break. But yeah, I hear he does your chassis as well. How's business, man? It's a bit of a weird time for the music industry. Let's be honest. Hey, Laser, that's my man. Danny Barber. Danny and D. I met him on a cruise ship, actually. We had mutual friends, and we started drinking beers together and had about a fucking million beers, and then start talking about music, and he's like, what do you do for a living? I'm like, well, bit of a long story, but he's like, oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I do that shit too. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, I cut out chassis for MI Audio. I'm like, ah, shit, I know MI Audio. One of the few decent equipment builders in the world. There's not many of them now. But I am fucking privileged to be in touch with pretty much all of them. And it's pretty humbling to know that if I've got a question, those blokes will pick up, well, not the phone, but pick up the phone and answer my messages. None of the fucking majors will. None of the major manufacturers would. I'll be damned. You're probably still mates with me though, because I haven't seen many of your amps. No, I'm sure they're bloody legendary. I know they're good. I know others that have worked on them, but yeah, oddly enough, I think I've worked on a few pedals of yours, and they were just like foot switch replacements and just physical damage from guitarists kicking the knobs off them and stuff. But I'm yet to be graced by one of your amps appearances, so I'm looking forward to it when I do, though. They are fucking beastly things. Yeah, if anyone knows who I'm talking to, this is Michael Ibrahim from MI Audio. You guys would have heard about him because he does export to the States as well. Not one to name drop normally, but he's right here in the chat. Bloody legend. I would have put on my my good shirt if I knew you were coming around. Here I am in my manky garage like day one. This is just to change it up a bit. Just needed some time away from the shop to chill out in the shed. Bring someone around with some beer. That sounds fucking fantastic, mate. I'll supply the beer. Don't you worry about that. What do you drink? I should get some in the showroom. Problem is, you'll want to get paid for them before I sell them, won't you? I've been tossing up what to sell. Sort of need something in the sub $1,000 mark. So I was thinking orange and Vox. They're sort of like the least fucked. Then I'm thinking, what? So being in music retail is a bit shit because the reps treat you like their personal bank. If they're running low on their figures, they want to pump their figures up to meet their quota. They put pressure on you, and sometimes they sort of have a little bit of a stab at your self-esteem. Like, oh, you're not really pulling the numbers the other guys are, like what's going on? That kind of shit. And then if anything goes wrong at all with the product, they shove their hands up in the air and go, oh, I don't know, no one else has had that problem. Must be something you did. So they're trying to like knock back the warranty claim a bit. And then the customer's standing there going, well, I want my fucking amp fixed. And you go, fair enough. So then it's sort of like implied that you should cover it, like as the shop that makes like 15% on the sale. Like you should be the fall guy. See, I was thinking, well, if I'm going to sell amps, fuck, I may as well just make them, right? Because then I know it's a quality that it's not going to fall over. And then I won't hesitate to give a fucking lifetime warranty, excluding valves, of course, but lifetime warranty because I can stand behind my own product instead of some unknown product that I've got to reverse engineer and basically find any weak points in before I can even sell the fucking thing. Like, do you honestly think the other music shops do that shit? I don't think so. They just sell it, and if there's a return, there's a return. But they often turn over so much like product that if 1 in 10 comes back, whatever, because they make a bigger margin, they buy more, they start with more capital behind them so they can afford to make bigger orders and get better pricing, despite the rep saying that everyone gets the same price. You know that they don't. That's all bullshit. They might get the same price, as a technicality there, but then they often got cashback deals. So if you hit this target, you get a fucking credit on your account of 20% or whatever. So yeah, they go, oh yeah, everyone gets the same price. Yeah, they get the same fucking purchase price, but you have other deals to make the overall cost lower. And that's what they don't tell the smaller guys. But we're not fucking stupid. So I was thinking, if I'm going to sell stuff, probably want to do Friedman, Sir, maybe Fuchs. But then that's all American stuff. Why the fuck wouldn't I want to sell Australian stuff? So I want to sell Head First. Possibly MI Audio. And my own. Lord Nelson, beauty. You can get that anywhere. You'll buy anything from me. Really? Well, there's these beans, right? I've been trying to promote. They help your stalk grow. They're blue. And they've got a V on them. So doing stuff like this was sort of practice to just get better at KiCad. Just keep on keeping on with KiCad. Like, don't spend too long without using it. Like, keep the skills fresh. And then keep on top of the new versions, you know. So when I do build my own amplifiers, I've got plenty of experience behind me in it. And there's no sort of learning curve there because it's already done skis. I've already got my fully populated library ready to rock. Oh, I love the smell of fresh cut grass. Someone's mowing the lawn out there. Summer champions. Hot weather, fresh cut grass. Barbecues kicking off around 6:30, 7 o'clock. It's the smell of an Aussie summer. Solder fumes, flux. Two-stroke exhaust. So, Michael, what software are you using for your PCBs, mate? Snowed there today. Jesus, Mark, I thought it was starting to warm up a bit. Would love a 900 or 800 board. So what, like the whole amp? What do you want a 900 for? No offense. So I think I've decided I'm going to finish off the batch of Por qué no los dos amps. Just got to make 4 more cabinets, 4 more chassis. The design's already done. And the biggest outlay in that is the transformers. Is Brad tinning the pads? No, just soldering them. Soldering them. Sounds like a town in England. They're going to soldering them. They're lovely. Yeah, I am soldering connectors on. You can't see them from the other side because there's no leads to cut off. They only just pass through the board. But that's them I just put on, the little white things. I'll hold a unpopulated board on top of it just to keep them in place when I flip the board over. For those that have come in. The 900 hits home with me. Well, the 900 tone you can pretty much get from a pedal. But yeah, okay. Alex was talking about doing a 900 board at some point, possibly. Are you still there, Alex, or you got a life? Has that progressed at all? Yeah, some of the 900s, like, they got good bones, but the way the circuit's spread across the boards makes it tricky. And they got diode clipping and all sorts of shit, so you'd have to sort of restructure the whole circuit. What? Soldering. Did I learn PCB design best practices from Small Signal Design book? No, no one. I haven't really seen any book on PCB design. I learned PCB design from working for 10 years with amplifiers that others have built and all the things that goes wrong. As well as, so basically what you're doing when you lay out a PCB is lead dress, really. So you know what's not supposed to be near other shit, and what kind of issues you'll have if you do put it near other shit. You know what generates heat, what doesn't like heat, you separate them. Structurally, where to put the posts, where to, what causes issues with boards like flexing and stuff. You're using ProTel 95. Fuck, I've used that, but in 95. Whatever works, dude. Whatever works. If you ever want to go down the pathway of getting something done in KiCad, we should talk about that. $2.8. Fuck. Yeah, if it works, it works. Does that even have mouse input? 95, yeah, I guess it would, yeah. Yeah, what operating system does that run on? Have you got like DOSBox set up or something? Look, that I've talked about this in the past, champions. Once you learn a version of CAD, it's really hard to retrain your mind to a different environment. CAD in particular, but also applies to like DAWs, DAWs, digital audio workstations. It's like learning another language, dude. Like, once you get one down and you get familiar with it, it's very much unsettling to try and use something else. So old I have to use a virtual box to run it in 16-bit. Fuck. That is old. I remember when everything switched to 32-bit and everyone's like, oh shit, 32-bit, fucking look out. Still rocking the 16-bit version. Fucking hell. Have you got any desire to move on to something modern, Michael? So the reason I picked KiCad is because it's becoming a de facto standard. It's improving with every version, and the people that use it are the people that write it. No corporate stooges telling us that fucking AI is going to design our boards for us or some shit like that just to pump up their share price. So what you're getting is actually what the users want, which is just no company supplies anymore. They all tell you what you want. They don't listen to your fucking requests. So that's the main reason I use KiCad, because the actual users are programming it, which is fucking awesome. Free, yeah, sure, but I do donate to them, so it's not really free because I want them to keep making it. I learned Pro Tools in 99 to 2000. I shudder to think of all the money Avid got from me for years because I didn't want to learn something new. Yeah, well, that was their model. Basically made you scared to use anything else because it was so different. I still, yeah, I'm trying to learn some other ones, but I'm still native Pro Tools user myself. But once they started, they're just a scummy company, man. They're like Adobe. They first they made it so you had to use their hardware with their software, so then they could make it so, oh, the new version conveniently doesn't work with the old hardware, so now you got to buy new hardware. So every second version or something that bring out, like the fucking $3,000 interface you just bought now is useless because the industry pressure that you have to bow to in order to edit stuff freelance means that you got to continue upgrading, and when you upgrade, the old hardware, even though there's nothing wrong with it, doesn't work with the new software because they want you to buy new hardware and get more money out of you. So I just said fuck this. It improved a bit when they moved to the ASIO drivers, but yeah, they'd already pissed me off enough that I didn't proceed anymore with Pro Tools. I was mainly doing just live recordings for bands anyway. When I did live sound, I would take a multi-track recording off that, like with a splitter, record multi-track, and then do them a live CD. Remember them CDs? Reaper's good, yeah. Reaper just feels a little bit amateur-y still. Truth about amps. Yeah, but a lot of people don't want to hear the truth. They just want affirmation that they are made intelligent, super smart special birthday boy purchase. What I'm saying is, if you say anything bad about the thing they purchased, they get upset because they just want you to say that they're a very smart boy. Yeah, that's when they finally fixed the drives and decoupled software from hardware. My life got a lot more manageable, yeah. Been using Logic since the 90s. Logic. That's not Sony, is it? That's the Apple. Now it's Apple. I've been using Windows XT. What's Windows XT? I know XP. Did you mean XP or XT? T and P are nowhere near each other on the keyboard, so you're not saying you got an XT computer, are you? That's like before AT, which became ATX, which became what the desktop thing is now. XT was before AT. Please don't say using an XT computer, because what would that be, like 286? No. Started mucking around with Fusion. Fusion I played with, and I couldn't get my head around the way that it was designed. I don't know. Again, I'm native to PythaCAD, which is a very expensive, very niche piece of CAD software, but pretty extensively used within the Australian joinery industry, at least. Pytha. But it's totally its own beast. Like, it's almost like whoever programmed it had never used any other CAD software, and they designed it from the ground up. So it's not like any other CAD software on the face of the planet, is what I'm telling you. eMagic, but now Apple. That's right, eMagic. Now Apple have it, because that's what Lyle uses too, I think. Windows XT was the best OS. Windows XT. Was that like... I don't know. I'm going to have to Google it now. You know what I wanted to keep an eye out for, as being a silly boy? One of those next cubes, or whatever they were. The one that they programmed Doom on. NEXT. It was the side project of Steve Jobs when he left Apple. For a while. Steve Jobs? No, someone else. I can't remember. But the main one was black and white. Super weird. You mean XP? XP did hang on for a really long time. Then Windows 7 was pretty good. Windows 8 was dog shit. And Windows 9 they skipped because software would get confused if you called it Windows 9, because it would be trying to figure out which version of 95 it was. So they moved straight to Windows 10. So far Windows 10 has been alright. And at the moment I'm using Windows 11. Yeah, it was Jobs. Ah, right. Yeah, they used it a lot for graphic effects and stuff, Wes. So you might have touched one. It was primarily a creative workstation, so they used it for like movie making, audio, programming games, that kind of thing. It was pretty powerful for the time and pretty skookum. I'm not trying to give you the finger there, by the way. I'm just realised I was doing that. SGI. Yeah, I remember that name. Did they do graphics cards as well? Because Dad Dad had a computer repair and, well, computer admin bullshit network administrator shop. Where he'd set up well, you know, he'd supply computers and stuff, but it was mainly, well, he did a lot of network setup. Well, I don't know, Dad's probably still here. You can tell us what you did. I was a little fucking dumbass at the time. So I'll get all the hand-me-down computer bits and put them together and make systems out of them. And then play Doom on them. That's about it. Workstation computers, right. Had a whole room filled with Next computers, NEXT. Onyx. The shit was just booming at the time, eh? There was all these different systems for different purposes, and eventually it sort of leveled out to just, I think the internet was a big leveler, because all of a sudden you didn't need these application specific computers, because everyone just wanted one to surf the net. Surf the net, remember that term? Implied it was fun instead of just doom scrolling like these days. Thank you, Brad's Guitar Garage, for answering my question on last chat. Is the Rivera Venus 6 like any other Fender model? Thanks for your reply, Champion. I don't think my reply was very useful, but you're welcome. I think I said something to the effect of it's got nothing to do with, like that amp's nothing to do with it. There was a comparison between two amps or something. I don't know. Are you in the market for a Rivera Venus 6, are you? Or is there one locally that you're curious about? We went from surfing the web to doom scrolling. Surfing the net. Yeah, a bit that way, Wes. But, you know, this is a brief little reprieve from doom scrolling, eh? Coming over here and hanging out. It's rapidly approaching beer o'clock. I've got some Mountain Culture Scenic Routes, which is their full flavored but lighter on the alcohol beer. For like, I don't know, 4%. So that just means you can smash 20 of them. You said it has nothing in common. Yeah, that's what I said. You have a Rivera Venus 6 and love the cleans, which is all I play. Okay, well, sweet. Hang on to it. Rivera are good amps. They've just got this, I don't know, lack of tightness in the distortion. It's a bit like a Mesa in that respect. They just don't have that fucking punch in the face that a Marshall has. You know, a good Marshall. But, you know, it's not rocket science. We could just change some component values and give it that punch back. But then it wouldn't be a Rivera, really, would it? But, yeah, they are well built. I've gone through a few of them on my channel before. Yeah, they're getting to the age now. Oh, missed a connector on that one. They're getting to the age now where they're going to need some maintenance. Why do I keep forgetting Con 6? Ooh, pickups. Yeah, I've had quite a few, even with the high quality Nichicon radial caps where they're starting to actually physically leak on the board. That may have been a batch thing. But they are, yeah, well, some of these are like fucking, what, 30-year-old amps now. So it's getting to the point where even the amps we think of as modern amps are going to need a bit of preventative maintenance now. Or just, yeah, maintenance. Time flies when you're having fun, champions. At least it's not like Fender. Their amps fucking leak. Their caps leak all over the board within 2 or 3 years of owning the fucking thing, eh? It is crazy how ungodly long LCR branded caps last for. I've seen them go high in ESR, but never seen a fully open circuit one like you do with the shitbox IC caps. Illinois capacitor. You're a clean tones champion. Has it got a reverb on that one? Are you a surfy boy? What kind of music you playing, Colby Jack? To not want any overdrive at all. You playing like reggae or surf or jazz? Rivera. I'm betting on jazz. He's a pretty revered jazz amp. How come I don't have enough 7-pin connectors for the rest of my boards? Maybe that's from the previous batch. I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. What? That's a bit shit. No, well, we'll populate all the rest of them. They're just not going to sit nicely on top of each other because that's the one keeping them straight. Lullabies. Just got a 75 super lead, 100 watt. Has that punch? Yeah. The super leads really rip your face off, eh? In a good way. A little too bright if you're not maxed out on the gain, because the bright cap's a bit aggressive, in my opinion. But I'm playing with strats and shit. With a Les Paul or something, it might be right. With a Les Paul with pickup covers. More jazz. I think Duke, Levine, The Stars, look down on YouTube. Okay. Tame instrumental stuff. I do like, I'm not taking the piss out of surf rock there, Colby Jack. I grew up on surf rock. I listened to the Atlantics and, you know, the Ventures and stuff regularly. Dick Dale. Really wanted to see Dick Dale before he got sick. I was going to drag Dad to the States to see Dick Dale live, but in the end he's just working to pay his medical bills because of the fucked up health system you guys have over there. So he was like propped up with a broomstick in the corner trying to get paid for a gig so he could get his next bout of medicine. Pretty sad, man. $75 Super Lead 100. So a bedroom amp, yeah. SG special into my 1976 JMP 2203 is magic. It would be magic. That is how you do it. Les Paul's love it bedroom amp. Well, I guess that's what they make attenuators for, eh? Just be careful which one you get. Some of them love to blow the amps up. Two more 2 channels. then on to the 3 channels. I might give Shell a ring. Let's see if she can grab those bag of 7-pin connectors. I'm pretty sure I got it at the shop still. You got an aux box for your amps. You would be deaf. I had a I just put a photo up the other day on social media. So Instagram FB. Fucking functionally broken book. Had a tube amp doctor attenuator that someone brought in. They said the fine control had been crunchy since they bought it from the previous person. Like, felt real crunchy to turn. They are wire wound 5-watt pots, so they do have a degree of, you can feel the windings in the pot. But he said it felt like, so I think what happened is the previous owner accidentally plugged the amp into the output of the attenuator that's supposed to go to the speakers. And instead of the speaker seeing the 100-watt load or 150 watt or whatever it is, it saw that little 5-watt fine adjustment, so it dumped all its power across that and fucking set fire to it. But I just replaced the pot and it's testing alright now. It was like a, I don't know, $12 pot. Couldn't find any other collateral damage, so can't really blame the manufacturer for that kind of user error. Can't make everything foolproof, champions. Wonder if I can get Michelle to watch the live stream, and then I'll tell her what I need. Come on, computer. If you're after some great low-cost Aussie amps, try to get your hands on some of the Valve Tone amps by Daryl Hoy. Yeah, I've had some of the amps in. Who's the owner of Skion amps from the 70s, 80s. Hope he's well and still making amps. He is, Michael. I saw him and Pete Reynolds were hanging out at the, well, where else? At the Windsor Macquarie Arms. And they're having a beer a couple of months ago. And I said to him, we should catch up. I'd like to meet you in person and do the same. Have a beer. So maybe we should meet out there. Catch up with those boys. I am in touch with... I try to be in touch with everyone in the industry worldwide who is not an asshole. Try to. Now, if you're someone out there that is in the industry and you think you're not an asshole, maybe it's just that we haven't crossed paths yet. So don't take it personally. Yeah, you gotta be careful, champions. We all talk to each other, all us techs. We all know each other. If you're not a complete cockhead, we all help each other out too and provide documents that others need and bits and pieces, because we've all got a cache of components floating around with us in the world. So they might have do a bit of horse trading. You know, it's good to keep friends in this industry and help each other out, because one day you might need something they've got and they might need something you've got, and you can do a little bit of trading and no one else on the planet's got that part or whatever, or that document or the schematic. So we all chat to each other, and not necessarily just in the audio industry either. Electronics and instruments, instrument manufacturers and guitar techs and Shut up, compressor. Compressor's going off. There she goes. That's my V-twin compressor down the front of the shop there, or back of the workshop, I should say. This is the front. It's the biggest one I could get that was single phase, so she's pretty noisy. You can also spray paint joinery with it without it going crazy. Ah, what's up, champ? Don't call me champ. Can you please... This is Michelle. She's running my shop for me while I'm at the workshop fucking around talking to you guys. So I'm short on these parts. Now I know I've got a bag of them down there somewhere. So this is them. This is what they look like. I'm just showing Michelle so she can bring them home for me. Little 7-pin connectors, and they come in a bag like this, and that's their code. Let me just focus because it's a Panasonic. So it's B7B-EHA. You can see there in the manufacturer part number. Now somewhere I've got a bag of these because I'm showing 50 here, but I'm short. So I don't know if I stole some from another project or what. But I should have enough for all of these boards, and I don't. So if you could have a look, woman. There is a box on the trolley. No, it was on the trolley. Now it's on the bench. No. Let me think. Let me get my ducks in a row. Hang on. There is a Ziploc bag, a larger one, that's pink. They may be in a bag like this inside that bag. If not, there is a box. A cardboard box on the floor, maybe behind other boxes. There's a little speaker cabinet, a little 8-inch speaker on the ground, test speaker. It's in a box down there that says JST connectors on the box. So it's the 7-pin ones. Connector header, vertical, 7 position, 2.5mm. But it's important that this part number is right. B7B-EH-A. Because some of them are -XH. So there you go. Hopefully Michelle can find them off that information, and I can complete putting the components, the connectors in all of these boards. I bet you were confusing her. No, she's pretty switched on, bro. She wouldn't be here if she wasn't. I've had my share of bimbos and it just gets boring. Now the shop's closed because it's 5:10. She should be able to dig them out for me. I'll have to pay her overtime though. So there goes that $20 from earlier. So Necrotech, if you want to get involved in the amp building stuff, are you on Facebook at all? It's much of a fucking shit show as it is now. It's good if you just stick to your groups. You don't view the feed, don't even scroll. Just use Facebook for the groups that you're part of. My wife is smarter than I am, and I'm no. Oh, hang on, got a baggie with 8 in them. with the EH7 pins. So we've got 8. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's still not enough. What have I done? How many boards have I got to go? 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm 1 short. Fuck me. All right, just bring that home when you head back, please, babe. Better than none. I've still got 1 board left over. Oh well. Use it as a reference board for the next batch. Surely you do 20% parts coverage. Yes and no. Depends on the part. If it's a part that I normally stock, generally no, because I've always got a buffer in stock, which is why I thought there might be some in the box. Sorry, Michelle, did you find that box? There might be some in there as well. The box should say JST connectors in it. Ooh. What am I, a lackey? Yep. I'll cook you dinner at some point in the future. And can you bring me one of those blackboards that's up near the air conditioning unit? Just to use as a backer. And because it looks cool. Please. Do you guys want me to get rid of the noise reduction so you get the nice ambient sounds? Let me know which is better, with or without. That's without it. I don't know how much it cuts in and out and how unnatural it sounds. Like, I know if there was no background sound whatsoever, unless I was in an already quiet environment, it'd be a bit weird. I've got the fan going. The laptop's revving at 1,000,000 miles an hour because it's streaming and it's fucking hot. Gives you a bit of ASMR. Sweet as bro. Sweet as bro. Last of the 2 channel champions. One of the 3 channel champions. What? If we're lucky, we might get some borborigmi. Borborigmi? I don't know what that is. Is that a jazz musician? Right, so connector 16, unpopulated still. Got to remember that. Take that off the next DigiKey screwed you over. I often wonder how they get it so accurate, because it's almost always like exactly right. But yeah, maybe it was. I should put 10% more on next time. Thanks whoever mentioned that before. I think that was Ted. I'm going to call him Big Brain Ted. The main tummy sounds. Really? The main reason I didn't order more of this one is because I still had bags, and I over ordered for the prototype run, so I knew I had some floating around. I'm pretty sure I do somewhere. If Michelle pulls her finger out and finds them, she's having a woman look, you know, like a chromatic harmonica with a lower pitch. Damn DigiKey. Do you use interconnects in your amps at all, Michael? Or is everything hardwired? Ideally, I'd like to have everything hardwired, but I understand that it slows production down quite a bit. And then you got to charge Mesa Boogie prices. Which we kind of do anyway, because we're not producing mass quantities. I'd like to get you on for an interview, Michael. I know I've said that to a lot of people and haven't had time to follow up, but this was going to be the year that I do interviews with everyone and touch base with people and strengthen the ties to everyone in the industry, because as things get harder, we're going to have to stick together and help each other out where we can. And that results in us helping out the champion customers too. Can't help anyone out if we go under, can we? So I'll just finish soldering this one and I'll be right with you, champions. I've been watching a lot of Paul Daniels, PL Daniels, repairing shit at like midnight. I missed one again. God damn it. He repairs MacBooks at like 11 at night and shit, madman. I missed two of them. What am I doing with my life? And I didn't even put the 4-pin in. I'm starting to lose my edge. I'm losing my edge. Love that song. Where's the other one I missed? There it is. It's hiding. I think everyone's gone to bed. Who's still here? Anyone? Does remind me of my first couple of years streaming, where there'd be like 2 or 3 people watching. I'm totally capable of this kind of work. I just need understanding what is actually happening with the circuits. Yeah, assembly, you just sort of need an eye for detail. And you don't really need to know what's going on unless you're making revisions on the fly like I have, because this is revision A boards. But assembly generally can be a little bit less skilled. I'm not going to say unskilled, but That's why you get people that know nothing about electronics that are perfectly capable of knocking together a, you know, a Mojo Tone kit or whatever. And it works, and they get excited. They get excited and then start an amp company, and then before you know it, they've got 2,000 followers on Instagram, and they're charging 10 grand for their amps. It's a story as old as the penny, champions. Plenty of them out there. Their names always have amplification at the end, too. Or works, like Electric Works or something. Because they like that retro aesthetic. And they think they're fucking smarter than Thomas Edison. And I just dropped all those connectors. Fuck! Don't forget about the 4-pin again. Hey! Oh. Just found the box behind the speaker and only have a bag of B7BXHAs. Damn it! Well, they're no good to me. One short, champions. Sweet as. Oh well, I guess I'll just leave one board aside. Well, no, I'll just populate everything but that and just get some more on the next order. Fill out, grab another 10 for stock in addition to the production runs. Oh, you know what it might have been? I had a Tannoy studio monitor that had that conductive glue issue that all the speakers, all the active monitors had for a while there before they all went to that clear gel potting compound shit. I think I stole some of them for that. Because they use the glue on all the connectors to stop them from rattling, but the glue becomes conductive. So it starts, well, trying to set itself on fire. Tannoy, KRK. A bunch of other brands all had the same issue. Might have given Dad, yeah, might have given him a few more than I needed to. Yeah, true. It just sucks that I'm one short. It doesn't, no skin off my nose, like I'm just pre-populating the boards. I can always fix it later. It's just when you put the work in, but there's just something you know that you can't finish, it sort of plays on your mind a little. I'll be building a Princeton Reverb this weekend, so expect my amp company testing 1-2 engineered product amp works to be in stores by July. I might be able to help you out with that one a little bit. What board are you using? Testing 1-2. I can see you're a member. Channel activity. So, I might be able to help you out with the layout if you want to go a bit above and beyond the average Princeton. Hoffman. Oh, you've already got one. Let's stand on the layout, not Hoffman's layout. Okay. Because I've got another layout too that you might have been interested in. I'll show it to you now. Princeton. Scotty from the Screaming Jets made one too, if you're still here, Scotty. That's the cabinet I was talking about earlier. I sent him the layout and he drilled his own board and stuff. Just try and find the one that I built. What? Princeton? Oh yeah. Sorry. Come on, confuser. There it is. This is when I was still using tube amp Dr. Vowels before I realised they were complete and utter fucking trash. There we go. That's my layout. It's so basically Lyle shared with me his deluxe reverb layout, and I used a similar sort of philosophy, but made it for the Princeton. So all your caps are accessible and replaceable from the top. There is no can cap. I'm going to make a plate to cover that hole. That's something I've got to do this weekend, actually. So I built this not last Christmas, but the one before. And yeah, it's been my little home tutor ever since. It's got all metal films through it. I wanted to do a comparison, just so complete one-to-one. Here's sound samples with the computer. Here's sound samples with the amp completely fitted out with metal film resistors. And then do another one with carbon film, except for the droppers. And then do a double blind. So don't tell the viewers which one's which. Make them guess. And then see how many of you get it right. I thought that would be interesting to do. But yeah, that takes a lot of work and a lot of time. So it hasn't happened. Hey, Lyle's back. 2 hours later and he's still solid. Yeah. Just putting in the hard yards now, Lyle. Because I decided that I'm just going to do all the boards for these connectors because it is tedious. And they can still stack up alright without hurting anything with the connectors installed. So I've gone ahead and populated all the boards with connectors. All the boards I have on hand. Teeny tiny connectors. There's a standard hole plug that fits that. Yeah, it's larger for the JJ's cap. So yeah, that won't work. I've drawn it out. I've just got to put it on a bit of MDF and just route a bit of alley onto it. Because you can just use a fucking 1/4 inch router on 1/2 mil alley. Piece of piss. Do you guys say that over there? I don't think so. Piece of piss, mate. It's when something's easy, it's a piece of piss. I don't know where that came from. I hate that JJ hole. Yeah, it's better than the K hole, though. If you get stuck in that one, you don't get a lot done. Just ask Elon Musk. He's in the K hole. Oh, Michelle's saying hi. Hola! Kicking goals and plugging holes. Oh, scary neighbour's back. Teeny little tiny connectors. Saw butthole surfers on my last KO. Fuck. That would have been a trip. What, you just saw them like in your mind, or you were on ketamine at the show? Is that what you're referring to, Ted? I didn't know you were that wild. Isn't it like a horse tranquilizer? Well, that's what it was meant for. I don't know. I don't know much about that stuff. I'm a good little boy. Halloween show. Fuck, Ted. You're rock and roll, are you? The 99s was wild, eh? I was in high school still. First heard of Butthole Surfers from, of course, what was that song? I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows. I can taste you on my lips and smell you in my clothes. You know that song? That's probably the song most people discovered Butthole Surfers on. Surfers. Butthole Surfers. I don't want to know about your butthole surface. Pepper. That's what I thought it was. I didn't want to say it though because I thought that was a Beck song as well. Because everyone had just one-word song names at the time. Just like wearing onions on the belt. It was the fashion at the time. We were sharing something on the topic of disease. It was a really good song. It was a really good song, but they were like much more sort of punk band, were they not? It's another band I haven't really gotten into. Them, Sonic Youth, a lot of the bands that were huge at the time with all the hipsters, I reflexively didn't like because they weren't metal enough. And the people who listened to the bands seemed really pretentious, so I naturally was sort of repelled by that. Whereas the metalheads are all friendly as fuck, very inclusive, and they still are. Metal and punk guys are all very welcoming to anyone. Part of the reason I love heavy music is because everyone in it is so welcoming. There is the occasional fucking tool that's you know, oh, your type of metal isn't as metal as my metal, you know, that kind of shit. But Sonic Youth was very different. Yeah, so I bought a bunch of their CDs just to keep it 90s. Damn it, fucking fell out again. Bought a bunch of their CDs so I can put them in the car and they're just always playing, because I find that if I try and absorb music while I'm working, it doesn't really happen. But if it's while I'm driving and it just loops around, goes around in circles for like a month or more, I really start to get to know the songs, even if it's only for like 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there, when I'm driving to and from worksies. Still seem to absorb it more when I'm... Ah, that's why it didn't work. I put the board the wrong fucking way around. I still seem to absorb it better when I'm driving. I don't know what that is, but that's a thing that does happen. Kibby saying Ministries, Jesus built my hot rod. I love Ministry. It's really hard when you got eclectic music taste. I wish I was just one of those guys that's just like, no, I only listen to fucking Swedish death metal. Because life would be a lot easier. Like, in the shop, the playlist will go from Johnny Lee Hooker to Behemoth to fucking Aretha Franklin to, you know, Philip Glass to some obscure Japanese math rock band to this to that. So people, I get some funny looks in the shop when it goes from one song to another. The other day, Kendrick Lamar came on with what's the song? Kunta came on, and there's this like church-going lady buying I think it was violin strings or something, and she's standing at the counter. No, she was picking up a guitar. That's what it was. An acoustic guitar with it was a re-string set up and service, and he sings a bit where he goes, "Life ain't nothing but a fat vagina, sing a alley alley okay." She just, you could hear her gasp, and then she looked at me. I'm like, oh fucking hell! And that had to happen right then, didn't it? She didn't have a good sense of humor about it too, which is funny because even the most stuck-up people I know, when a funny lyric comes on, they have a giggle. But she was like, you know, really like, fucking go back to the fucking 60s, mate. I don't know if she'll be back, but anyway, whatever. Who cares? Grow up. Grow up. Adapt. You live in a world. Did a road trip with my friend, and his only tape was the outfield. I don't know what that is, but by you following that up with PTSD, I'm going to assume it wasn't pleasurable. I did go to a house party once, and I was the only one that wasn't on LSD. I think I might have told this story before, but yeah, they had plenty of music up there, but they all decided collectively that all they were going to listen to that night and all night until sunrise, and then beyond into the next day where they continued to trip, was Funhouse by Madness. Here's me drunk going, this is fucked, I'm going to bed. Because you have all decided you're going to play this song over and over again. This is fucked. I couldn't just leave because the chick I was seeing at the time was there, and fucking I had to give her a lift in the morning, and I was drinking so I couldn't drive. So I just went to bed and just tried to cover my head with a pillow so I wasn't listening to "Welcome to the House of Fun" over and over again while they were fucking dancing around like robots in the fucking kitchen. That's when I decided I probably don't want to do LSD. And then I woke up in the morning and they decided that they were going to put it was someone's house that had a kid, but the kid wasn't there because it was like someone's party. Someone found the kid's Lego set, like their box full of Lego, and they decided that they were going to clip all of the Lego blocks onto the fur of the neighbour's goat next door. And I've just lost all my fucking connectors again. So there was this goat walking around next door up against the fence with a whole box worth of Lego clipped onto its fur. I think it just enjoyed the attention. The Lego goat. The Legoat, if you will. I think someone got bitten by their golden retriever too, because they were trying to ride it, and the dog had had enough, so it just fucking snapped at them. Couldn't blame it. I'd probably do the same. Anyway, that's why you come here. You don't come here for amp knowledge, you come here for story time, don't you? Alright, what headers did I drop that time? 3, 4 of them. Fuck. Must be time to go grab a drink and maybe something to eat. I'm getting a bit shaky, champions. LSD's great if you're not surrounded by fools. Yeah, well, when you go up the Blue Mountains in the 2000s, pretty much everyone was a fucking fool. It was like being up the mountains in the late 2000s was a bit like that Housewives show, except no one had any money and everyone was high. And everyone owed everyone money. And everyone wanted to borrow money from those who did have money. It was probably more like Trailer Park Boys, actually. Alright, we've run out of the 7 pins, but we'll do all the rest of them. Guffawing. I haven't heard that word for a while. I think we should use that word more often. Did I pronounce it right? I don't even know. I don't think I've ever said that word out loud before. I knew a guy years ago got evicted and threw a biker acid party on the way out. Just to show his landlord who's who. I merely chortled. There's lots of good words, satisfying words for laugh, isn't there? Oh, you know what we need now? 4-pin. Fuck. Must have given Dad heaps more than he needed. Hey Michelle, you still there? Chortle. It is a good word. It's fun to say. Oh. Hey? Sorry, just tripped myself out. Always talk of LSD. Now it's going to want to flip up because we don't have that 7-pin there holding it. My favourite fun to say word is wombat. Yeah, well, that's generally what you call a silly but friendly person. Ah, you wombat. If someone's acting like a complete dickhead, we call them, yeah, you fucking galah. Or if someone's a bit of an idiot, or they've done something dumb and thoughtless, we call them a pelican. What are you doing, you fucking pelican? Or if, like, say someone jumps in and pays for a round of drink when it wasn't their shout, you go, "Ah, yeah, wombat, what are you doing?" You know, like it's an endearing thing. Do you know that wombats have square poops? They've got, like, cubic poops. Bet you didn't know that. I bet you think I'm lying too. Capybaras are very similar to wombats, just less aggressive. They are the most chilled out animals in the world. There was a video going around. There was one of them, I don't know where it was, but one of them was just wanted to go for a swim, but the river was infested with alligators, and it just sort of moseyed on past them. Like, if one moved, it was sort of like sort of was getting ready to bolt, but it was hedging its bets. and it just went into the water and nothing ate it. It was crazy. They're just, like, even aggressive animals consider them friends. You can sit an orange on their head. I read a science paper on wombat poop. Yeah, so it's how they reserve moisture. So they suck every last bit of moisture out of the grass, and it ends up making it as compact as possible into little cubes, little cubic poops. Yeah, quokkas are beautiful little things. Unfortunately, a lot of tourists treat them like shit because they are, well, they're on Rottnest Island in Western Australia. It's the only, as far as I know, it's the only place on Earth they are. So they've got no natural predators. So they're not afraid of anything, which is bad because humans are monsters and people go over there and abuse them. And fuckwits from mainly overseas play quokka soccer where they kick the fucking poor little things. Just because it rhymes, they think it's funny because they're a bunch of fuckheads. Well, if I saw someone do that, I'd play fucking soccer with their head. And they always look like they're smiling just because of their face. Quokkas drop their hissing babies when they're being traced. What? So they drop their baby as a decoy. Maybe they've learned that recently. Oh, they haven't figured out that they've got to try and reproduce. Warehouse manager I used to work with called his staff Muppets. They only work when you have your hand up their ass. Well, there you go. There's your answer, Lyle. There's your answer. Yeah, it means they can't do anything on their own. Cuter than chupacabras. I don't know. That's a pretty good amp from Seriatone. Cheriatone, I heard someone say recently. I didn't even think that that's how you might pronounce it. Oop, oop, almost lost them because that 7-pin one's not there. I've got to keep pressure on the board. Have you heard the term meat puppet? I have. I can't remember off the top of my head what it means. What its implications are. Is that like I am a meat popsicle? Ah, Brucey boy. Corbin. What was his name? Ruby Rad. Corbin, my man. Corbin. Oh, it was so good. The favourite scene of mine in that whole movie was when he's asking the deaf guy to throw him the gun, and he rolls in the billiard balls, and he just looks at him like, "Thanks." I've changed that to a GIF, so when someone gives me advice that I didn't need, I respond with that one. Terry, how you going, legend? Just a chilled out stream today, mate. Just populating some of these boards. I'm just putting the connectors on all of them, which is like 50 boards, because it's tedious. I want to get it out of the way. And I've just run out of connectors, so don't think Shell's still watching, but we've run out of the 4 pins. We've got what? Ow! There's a camera there. We've got 3 of them left. Never thought you'd hear me do Ruby Rod. Who was that? That was one of the was that Chris? Was that Chris Rock? Can't remember. Who was that? Who was the actor? Put a big red button on the bottom of your amps, yeah. Well, that's why you don't have the that's why you don't have the bias adjustment externally. Oh, Chris Tucker. Yeah, right. You don't have the bias adjustment externally accessible because people will fuck with it. We are nothing but those things, whatever they were. Chris Tucker. I forgot about him. Is he still doing shit? I wish I could use GIFs in my replies to comments. Condescending Wonka would be my go-to. The only real Wonka, mates. Ooh, is it a bit of Django on the radio? So look. People noticed he was annoying. What do we got? Honeysuckle Rose. Django. That's it. Django and Stephanie Grappelli. Quintet du Hot Club de France. Honeysuckle Rose. That's my Australian accent. Must sound pretty wrong. What's up with the big holes? Well, I'm glad you asked. So when a mummy valve and a daddy valve love each other very much, they have that little cutout there. So these are meant for wave soldering because that's how the original boards were produced. So all the solder connections are on the same side as the valve entry, so that is for the valve pins to pass through. They're actually noble sockets. The octal sockets don't have a cutout in the center. I noticed everyone says novel, but everyone says octal, but no one says novel. Stephane Grappelli. Thank you. What am I doing? I'm not ready for that. Too busy reading chat like a dumbass. 3-pin. I've got one of the last TSL 100 boards in Australia. No, you don't. I do. I've still got a... Actually, is that a DSL? I think it's a DSL, the last Marshall one that I've got. I say Novel when it's called for. We're good. Been listening to a lot of Django recently. It is pretty awesome. There's just so much music to absorb in the world, champions. It's like, man, where do you even begin? I've been into music my whole life, and I still am blown away how little I know about it. It's a bit like tech, you know, like I know how much I don't know, and it's humbling. It's like all the arts, really. Oh, Django Duck. Yeah, sorry, you're talking about the duck name. What did I say? Something lame like Scrooge McFuckface or something. I don't know. Scrooge McFuckoff. That was it. Yeah, all the people that say there's no good music anymore, I'm just like, fuck, man. Are you even looking? They just want Akadaka again. That's what they want. Octal novel pronunciation English in English is dog's breakfast due to it being such a bastardized language. Yeah. But everyone says octal and then they say preamp tube when they mean the sockets for the novel valves. But what about EL84s, you know? You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's getting brighter in here now. I need to turn back that exposure a little bit, champions. So that's what I was going to do before. Just a quick bit of stalking. EL84s need some care and love. Yeah, everyone abuses them, poor little buggers. Check this out, yo. Oh, is it loading still? Come on. Let's try again. Is your website down, Michael? Have I chosen a bad time to show off your wares? Pretty sure my internet connection's okay. No, not working. Anyway, I was going to show you Michael's work, so his amplifiers and his pedals and gear. But yeah, something wrong with either my internet or the webpage. Anyway, check it out when you get a chance. MI Audio, that's Michael that you got here in the chat. He's an Australian manufacturer. And we use the same laser cutter. Mouse was down most of yesterday. Really? Actually, yeah, I didn't try and use it yesterday. I used it this morning. Up to about midday. And it was working. Because I was redoing my console. Oh, you're updating the site. Okay, bad timing. Sorry, everyone. Check on his site later on. miaudio.com.au, was it? Just put up your link there, Michael. Actually, you can't. Hang on. It's .com, not .au. Right. My audio. There we go. This morning wasn't yesterday, even in Australia. No, it wasn't. No, you're right. You're correct. It's true. It's definitely true. That's what I was going to do. Try and get in touch with Michelle before she leaves and see if she can grab the 4-pin ones as well. Bear with me, legends. Mosquito feasting on my leg. That's fun. Connector 11, connector 13, connector 12, height. You know what the hardest language to learn is? Japanese, because it's me trying to learn it. And I'm a dumbass. Dumbass. That's me. I did Japanese in high school, including year 11 and 12. Never went to Japan. Just every time I get time to do a bit more Japanese study, I almost got to start from square one again because I forgot it's been that long since what I've done last time. Bit like everything in life, champions. Why can't we all just have a universal basic income so we can all just sit at home and learn things? That's what I'd do. Thirst for knowledge. Legends. No time to learn fuck all, unfortunately. What I'll do is I'll put them face to face so they'll sit level because it's got the missing connector on one side. Having to learn ancient Syriac for my PhD. Wow. You fucking watch yourself, Lou. I think you'll find we're quite the opposite. Anyway, alligators are just like pet crocodiles. I'm pretty sure. It's alright, Lou. I'm just choking on my own tongue. I'm pretty sure a goanna would eat an iguana. Or like 10 of them. We're almost there, legends. Oh, come here. Let's see your reptiles. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This is what Lyle does for fun. So, Syriac is a sort of language of Aramaic. I'm looking at an old valve amp design book I got when I was 17. What book's that? Build your own audio valve. Oh yeah, Rainier's Lind. I've got that one. You're looking at or looking for? I've got it, but it's more suited to basic hi-fi stuff. Or medium-fi, let's say. Yeah, that was one of the early books that I got. Yeah, the crocodiles are very north of Sydney. You got to drive about 10 hours before you're starting to get to the region where they are. 10, maybe 15. Pretty much 2 days driving anyway. We went to Townsville. And you can't do anything in Townsville, I think I've talked about in summer. You can't swim in the ocean because it's stinger season, so you'll get irukandji, which will kill you. You can't go swimming in the river because you'll get freshwater crocs that'll kill you. If you go swimming around the islands, you'll get saltwater crocs that'll kill you. And if you go to the pub, you'll get drunk locals that'll kill you. In fact, you're going to have to work very hard to stay alive, my son. I remember getting a Craig Anderson electronics book from the library, How to Burn Wires and Make Buzzing Sounds for Guitarists. Hey woman. Did you get my message about the 4-pin ones?
Oh, no.
Ah well, don't worry about it.
You must have said it after I logged off. I only just logged off 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I sent it 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Thank you.
Are they finished?
No. What, you thought I'd get them all done in 2 hours, 3 hours?
Everybody.
Here's Michelle.
Some slip paper.
Yeah. I've only started making them at 1:30 or something.
You have to wash them for one.
No, I didn't do anything. I know you think I'm on holidays, but I'm actually doing work.
You know what will help if you stop dropping everything on the ground?
I didn't drop anything on the ground. Kept dropping it on the bench.
On the bench, same.
Just like I almost did then. It's because I didn't have the 7-pin ones to level the board out. So the board's tilting towards me.
Hello. Hi, Wizard. Hi, Bamble?
Bambule.
Bambule? Hi, Mark.
Hi everybody!
Hi, everybody.
Hi Dr. Nick!
Today we're going to learn about... I'm going to do some adulting now.
Adulting?
Yeah, I'm going to water my garden with a glass of wine.
It is Friday. Did you catch that, champions? She said she's going to do some adulting. And that means watering the garden with a glass of wine. Well, I think I'll finish all the connectors on these boards and then might call it quits. Video, I'll keep knocking stuff up, but must be bloody near midnight over there, isn't it? Should probably do some housework too. Yay, Friday night, housework. Back in my 20s, we'd be going to the local pub for prime ups. Couple of beers in the arvo, and then we'll still be deciding what nightclub or pubs we're going to go to in the city. We'd leave for the city at like 8 p.m. and we'd get home at around 10 o'clock next morning. But now I'm 40, so it doesn't happen anymore. 1 a.m. Bloody hell. Alright, legends. Shit, yous all need to get to bed. It's 1 o'clock. I've loaded and soldered 450 resistors to the 10 boards. Back to it tomorrow. Yeah, it is time consuming, isn't it? Back then, most pub bands would have a JCN 2000 fail on their second set. Not anymore, Wizard. Not anymore, brother. Oh yeah, I can put the 7 pins in there now. Now I've run out of 4 pins. Fuck! Fuck now! Seven pins are fun because they just stay in there. So I'll do all of them. Where was the last one? That one. And then we're short of the 4 pins. So I have to order some of them. I think I gave Dad too many again. It's alright, they're a couple of cents each. I'll just get fucking 100. So what I do, the method I use when I'm ordering parts is I'll have a list of components that I need to order at some point in the future. Some for active jobs and others for just stock, so I can fill an order out. And I'll have them sitting there, so when I do need to do an order, I can hit the like $70 threshold and not have to pay shipping. So when I do need a part urgently, I've got, even if it is like a $1 part, I've got a bunch of other parts there that I will eventually need, not urgently, but I add them to the order to fill out the order to get free postage. Otherwise it costs like $50 on top of the order to ship it. Rax FX must be in Europe. Europe. You in Switzerland, Rax FX? Is it Switzerland or am I misremembering? It has happened once or twice in the 80s. Sun's starting to beam in. It's starting to get hot in here. The western sun. Well, the only sun, but you know what I mean. Mosquito. Oh, he brought me a beer. Might keep you, eh?
Mate, you couldn't do any better. Any better.
I know. Does that mean I had to settle for you?
I think you're reaching.
Alright, that one's complete. This one can be completed, and then we are one short of the, oh sorry, we're 3 short of the 4 pins now, and 1 short of the 7. But that's alright, we got some work done. It does seem very tedious, but when you divide up the time between all the jobs, all the boards, sorry, it's still viable. That one's good. So these ones, I may as well start populating them, why not? Just put the incomplete ones aside. Where I can know if I'm short of any of the others. This is the most fiddly part of the whole job, by the way. Stack that paper, Brad. Sure. Anyway, everyone's off to bed, so I am gonna leave yous alone. Go and live life. Go and enjoy your sleep. Drink plenty of water and coffee and beer and whiskey. I'll see you on the next one, legends. Oh, that was anticlimactic. Alright, see you, legends. Thanks for joining us. And don't forget, we've got the 10,000 subs party coming up. Not this weekend, but the next one. So I'll catch you there. Or maybe beforehand. Take it squeezy, legends. Get a dog up, yeah.